La 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 la. All right. Think we should be good and dandy. I believe, anyway. All right. Let me move this back over here so I can see the chat properly. Right here. So, prior warning to everybody. Hello, Vivek. How are you doing? Good to Oh, crap, I did it again. Come on. Yeah, I've been having a bit of a cable problem with the camera. Okay, so my hand should be visible underneath the camera. It's not showing. Great. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like, for some reason, the capture cable keeps fritzing out, and it's driving me nuts. I thought I had it working just now, but apparently not. So, give me 1 second, guys, on the technical difficulties angle. I don't understand why it's having these problems. I'm going to try moving one of the cables. See if that fixes the problem. Alright, what can I afford to get you over here? That one. Try this over here. Of course, it had to fix that on me. Alright, let's try that. Okay. Let's see if repeating this process yet again will result in a fix. Oh, first things first. I can't plug that one in first for some reason. Okay. Hey, Current. Hey, Matthew Gordon. How you doing? Alright. That seems to have connected. Now let's plug in the USB adapter. Alright. Let me turn on the utility. Remote shooting. Alright. Still frozen, but let me see if I can deactivate and reactivate it. Alright, there we go. Hopefully, changing the cable port fixed it. If it didn't, I have no idea how to do a permanent fix. Alright, sorry about that little technical delay at the start. Okay. Hopefully that will last. If not, well, screw it. Okay. Let me move OBS over. So. Alright, where were we? Alright. Howdy, howdy, Matthew Gordon. Tired, but very good. Well, I'm glad you're good. What models are you starting with? Well, I just thought I'd start with some of the infantry models. Made the most sense to me. Yeah. As you guys can tell, I've already primed them pretty well. I'm tempted to turn on autofocus while I work, but the problem is I don't know how annoying this box there is going to be. I don't know if you... The problem is I can't have autofocus on and that box not visible on the camera. Because of how the camera feed works. So, it's up to you guys how annoying that is. But, yeah. Autofocus will definitely help me, well, maintain stuff on the camera. But, unfortunately, again, it has this annoying thing here. Jumpy boys. I mean, that's one way to call these guys. Yeah, Firefly infantry. I think is the actual proper term. The primary job I did was with Death Guard Green. I thought that had the good. As you guys can tell, I didn't do too much of the undercoat, but that's fine. I kind of want a darker fade underneath. Won't bother you. Hopefully, it won't bother anybody. I'll leave it on for now, and I encourage anybody to tell me if it's annoying to have the autofocus box visible. I would like it not to be, but it's a convenience thing for while I'm working, is so I don't have to keep fucking with the manual focus stuff. So, yeah, I'm gonna start with the infantry today. And before we get started, I guess I'll give some more time for people to come in. Actually, I have to grab a couple more paints behind me. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good set. I hope everybody had a good Halloween. I know I definitely had a great Halloween. I got lots of candy. Although I'm an adult, I got lots of candy the old-fashioned way. I went to the grocery store and bought it for myself. That's my my new Halloween tradition. How fantastic! Oh, I see YouTube. YouTube already added an ad. Good lord, they're up on the speed. Doesn't bother you, okay? Well, again, we'll keep going, hoping and assuming nobody's too bothered by the autofocus box. But at any point, I certainly encourage everybody to vocalize if there is an issue or if it is annoying for any particular reason. Yours is great. You're not single anymore? Yeah. Hell yeah. Well done, boy. Painting 2 Vogelspines. What? What's a Vogelspine? That does not even look familiar for a name. Vogel. How many eyes? 1 eye, 2 ends. Vogelspine. You're painting a spider? Oh, it's Konflikt 47. Hold on. Vogelspine 48, Konflikt 47. Ah, it's that spider tank. I see. Because when I typed in Vogelspine in Google, the first thing that came up was a tarantula. It's like the tarantula. Although I don't know if you can call the Vogelspine I don't know if you can call that a tarantula or even a spider, because it's only got 6 legs. By definition, spiders have 8. It's German for tarantula. See. But technically they're wrong. It's something 6-legged, so like an ant maybe. But 8 legs is what really signifies a spider, along with some other details. So the fact that it has 6 legs, I would say that is not a spider. It pronounces Vogelspine. Vogelspine? Is that right? Oh, sorry, Vogelspinne. 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 Like that? I fucked that up? Yes. Okay. Welcome, Go Accor Band. Did I say that right? Go Accor Band is what it might also be. Hello. Ahoy hoy, good sir. Welcome to K47. Thank you. The game is incredible and it is only on the way up. Is only on the way up. Blah. I got 2 full armies of Brits and US fully painted up already from first edition. Nice. That's pretty cool. These are my first ever K47. Well, actually, my first ever K47 model was this bad boy. This is not in the US box set, just so everybody understands. For like, if you buy the new Konflikt 47 US box set, this bad boy is not in there. This is a Kodiak Assault Walker. I got this separate a while back under the recommendation of Vivek, who's actually in chat, and also partially, I should definitely partially credit Morty and Glory as well. I got the recommendation to, not necessarily for this specific model, but of models, this was on the list. And I do actually really like it. I just have neglected even touching or painting it. in months. But I thought since I'm painting up the rest of the box set I recently acquired, why not actually get back to the first model? But we're not painting him right this second. Kodiak's badass. Yeah, it looks really cool, I will say. I'm working on a Conflict 47 first impressions video. It's not quite done. Right now I'm still recording footage for it because I need to finish assembling the linebackers that came in the box. I haven't done that yet because they're a little bit more complicated and they take a little bit more time, and time is that one thing I'm lacking a lot recently. This is actually the first weekend I've had off from work. The last since early September, I'll put it like that. Because the other way I've been putting it's kind of depressing. But since early September, I've not really had a weekend off or really like a full 2 days off at the end of the week. Saturdays I've been doing a lot of overtime at my day job, so it's been fun. Not all right. Let me real quick grab some of my other paints. Ideas to make this very fun. Probably gonna do. I'll bring you up just in case. Okay. Yeah, so I'm planning on doing a pretty. I will say this for Conflict 47, my one downside with the setting and like the models is I do feel like an obligation to make like an accurate, not necessarily camo scheme, but something that feels more like actually fitting for the faction, rather than something more outlandish. With 40k you can really like get outlandish with things and it not necessarily unfitting for the setting. But for a very World War II alt history setting like K-47, I'm definitely leaning towards something more realistic. Hence why the main color scheme is Death Guard green. It's got a very camo green to it, so I think that's pretty fitting. Actually, the funny thing is, on camera, this looks a little less green than it actually is. Yeah, because on camera it looks a little bit closer to like a tan, but like in my hand, this is definitely a green. Actually, I guess it's when I move my hand away. Yeah, it's that weird color thing. Yeah, when I move my hand away, it looks like a tan. When I put my hand right there, that's when you can actually see the proper color. That's weird. I don't know. Like cameras are weird when it comes to lighting. Like you need like a whiter background for like the proper color of the thing that's in frame to look right. It's kind of odd. Yeah, actually, I forgot my red. I need a red. Let's see here. I'll use piston. Pose. Ugly glow. What do you get? Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself. I'm looking for a very specific paint. I'm trying to work around my girlfriend's stuff. There we go. My girlfriend's taking a nap right now, so she might come around and get back on her. So if you guys see someone come around me, that's my girlfriend. But she's taking a nap right now. We had a pretty big breakfast, and she didn't sleep well last night, so letting her rest. God knows I wear that woman out. Out of context, that sounds wrong. Okay. Hey, Jenny. Have 8 legs. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need 8 legs. Otherwise, it doesn't really make so much sense. Right here. So, I guess with the first guy, do I have a proper handle I can use to manipulate these guys? I did. Well, I guess I'm lacking some equipment that I thought I had on here. Oh, that's not the right kind. Un momento. switch the base when I'm working on Right. But you guys will see in the video when I eventually release it that the one, I guess, one of several criticisms I have of Konflikt 47 so far, in terms of the models. I can't give too many criticisms of the setting. Well, the setting I love, so there's not much I want to give for that. But some criticisms I would definitely give for Konflikt 47 in regards to things like the bases. I'm not a fan of the bases. I will say that. To give you guys a better illustration. So, before we get into the painting, this is a base for Konflikt 47 from Warlord Games. How do I put this? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I really don't like how skinny and thin it is. I feel like I'm going to break it if I put too... Like, I can feel it warping just putting a little bit of pressure like that on it. Like, I feel like I could snap this very, very easily. And so far, like, for the models, this is my biggest criticism. And take it for what you will, it's kind of small. It's kind of small for a criticism. But I really don't... A, I don't like how thin it is. But B, I also don't like that it's made of the exact same plastic as the models are for the model kits. If I would give a particular criticism, I would say that I would like them to make separate bases of a thicker material, as well as, again, it's a small criticism, but for me it is kind of important because I do decorate my bases. I think it's very, hazardous to have such small bases. If you're careful and delicate with your models, of course, you'll be fine. So this isn't like a make or break kind of criticism. This is just, if I can give criticism to Warlord Games, at the very least, can you make these a little thicker? Because this, like, as skinny and thin as they are, they're kind of fragile. And GW mini bases, for all their faults, they're thick and they're made out of a stronger plastic than just the normal minis. So I would definitely encourage Warlord Games to, at the very least, just make this a little thicker. It's so thin and so fragile. Like, I may look into see if I can 3D print my own bases for it that are just slightly thicker. Obviously, I don't want to mess with the diameter because that's what's important, is like for measurements and stuff. But I would definitely want to make it thicker like that. Well, obviously not like that. That would be a podium. But just a little bit thicker, because I don't like a base that I feel like I'll break with minimal effort. So for me, that's like one bit of criticism I'll throw out immediately. That's one thing I definitely hope they fix, or if not fix, address in some way. But it's very minor in the grand scheme of things. So far, the sculpts are actually quite impressive for what they are. So yeah, generally so far I'm pretty pleased with what Warlords has produced. It's actually quite impressive. They probably do it to save money. I'm sure they do. Hopefully they make enough money from like the revamp they recently did with K47, as well as continued support for bolt action, that they see it worth the investment to get a little bit thicker and better bases. That's just something I would encourage them to do. Because again, it's just, I feel weird. Like, I feel like when I place a mini down, I should do it like bracing it and carefully set it down. I don't feel like I can like shove them around and kick them around too much. So for me, it's a paranoia thing. Almost reminds me of Green Toy Soldiers bases. To give them a little bit more credit than that, it's a little bit thicker, but yeah, it's way more akin to like that than like other miniature bases for other games I've played. It's definitely closer to that. A for material and B for thinness. It's just something small I'd address. All right, so let's actually get into painting for this painting stream because I think I've gone long enough with a little rambling. Let me get my first brush ready to go. So yeah, the scheme I'm going for is pretty stereotypical. The U.S. Army. I'm not doing any too outlandish colors, actually, before I forget. So, obviously, of course, base color is... Forgot that was sealed. So, set that down there. And I'm getting a little bit of Death Guard green on the side here, so I can apply it to some spots. I did miss a couple spots here. Let's get that actually proper camera view. Apologize if you can hear my dog. She's begging for treats again. And probably one of my folks upstairs just woke up, so she's insisting. Hey, Nico, apart from America, what other factions are you into? Well, so far, like, it depends on what you mean by into. As in interested, I'm kind of interested in all of them. But in terms of, like, what I'll actually collect, for right now, it's just US. I'd say the Brits look pretty interesting. I like their mecha, like, infantry soldiers. It seems kind of... I find it interesting that it's the Brits that get the mech soldiers. I would have figured it would have been the Japanese. Of course, that's stereotypical, but I'm just saying, like, that would have been my thing. I wouldn't have pegged the British to use automated soldiers, but I'm sure there's an in-universe explanation. So far for lore, there's not a ton in the rule book. There's obviously everything you need for, like, the baseline. They even give you a timeline, which I thought was really cool. I definitely like the fact that the U.S. is being ordained by God to fight the fight that they are. That was funny. Alright, get that. Yeah, just touching up a couple spots that didn't get the love they should have from my spray can. Alright, boom. Okay, I think that's all the spots I missed. Yep. Stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason, generally. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know I'm interrupting the painting again already, but it is related. So here's the Konflikt'47 rulebook. So I go over more of this in the first impressions video I'm working on, but to kind of jump to it real quick. Not there. Okay, here's a timeline. Alright, so this is my favorite part of the official timeline. I don't know if I can show it properly. But of the official timeline that they give for, like, the outline of the setting. So, in 1945, on the 15th of April, President Theodore Roosevelt, diagnosed with several terminal conditions, is admitted to Area 51 at Los Alamos. 7 days later, he emerges a new man, vibrant and healthy. 26 April, FDR addresses the Joint House to declare the war a righteous crusade against the evil of the Axis, Japan, and godless communism, hinting that the U.S. was chosen by God for this task. Fuck yeah. Especially that part about communism. Hell yes. Now, obviously, biased perspectives, and they don't know exactly what happened when the president entered the rift. But the fact that he entered this rift full of terminal illnesses, dying, comes out, not only is he completely healthy, but he comes out and lets everybody know, by the way, God has ordained our holy war. We are to destroy communism. Yes! Christ has spoken! So the U.S. All right, I'm already biased because I am an American, but also for that, the U.S. is the coolest faction. I will throw that out there. Time to destroy the evil communism. Karen says, "My people will always be evil." I will say this. I genuinely think the communists are more evil. I think in this setting, I think I would argue they're even technically more evil. But as it is, at least the Axis aren't Nazis in K-47. The Nazis have been what's the deposed? I think is the term. They've been deposed by this green cult. No, not green cult. What was it called? I don't want to go through the book, but there's another like secret society Illuminati style group that was working in the background controlling the Nazis. And the moment the rifts and stuff opened up and started revolutionizing technology, they became public and ousted the Nazis, which is fascinating. I would have loved to watch that happen. You have a good painting stream. I'm gonna go make my breakfast and stab myself for the week. Okay, I hope you're okay, Jenny. Enjoy your breakfast. All right, so did the touch-ups. I think first things first, we're gonna hit up the base. Which I'm gonna use a lot of. Well, actually, first we'll go with black, I guess, because that makes most sense. The lore for my U.S., for your U.S., is that they're Catholic Americans fighting in Italy to free the Vatican from the demonic Axis and ward off godless communist threats. Glorious. I'm not sure what my own unit lore will be. I think I'm gonna come up with that as I paint them. Kind of a fun little work with right there. All right. So first things first. Let's touch up the black. God, I am so sorry about this stream is already quite cursed so far. I had the technical issue when I first started, and now my dog is fucking losing her mind. Yeah, so we're gonna do a base coat of black across the base. Oh crap! I grabbed the gray black. I know I wanted the black. Ironically, this is what I'm gonna paint the shoes. Yeah, there's the pure black. That's what I wanted. My bad. Insulin is one hell of a drug. I mean, it is, yes. It's just a weekly medication. Oh, I know. It's just I still worry about you. Part of my job as a friend. Wouldn't be a very good friend if I didn't worry. You're not a huge fan of the new German lore, and the new Asia lore is pretty neat. What's your problem with the new? Because I don't know what's new versus what was in the original. But what's the scoop on well, I guess the problem with the new lore for the Germans? Is it the whole like secret cult thing taking over for the Nazis? There we go. Applying the black to all the base here. Hey, Lady Runesong, welcome to the stream. How you doing? That black I put down is already really watery. Like, it's super thin. There we go. Trying to avoid hitting the legs here. That's weird. You even have plans to put for the other factions. Your Soviets will be white army remnants in Siberia. Your Brits will be night themed, and your IGA, which I believe is the Japanese forces, are going to be samurai. I mean, they already got the armor for it naturally, so you don't even need to do much kit bashing there. There we go. All right, so we did a base coat of black there. Neither would I. My Soviets would be like renegades. They'd be like, they're trying to prove themselves to America that they want to join as a unit. And I can use the gray black on the boots real quick. What the hell is that noise? Oh, I think I hit the too much of the pants there. But I can do corrective painting on that. Okay, I need to. What the hell is cracking? Nothing over there seems to miss, so that's just a weird random noise happening. All right. Haven't looked into Conflict much, but the minis look so cool. The minis look pretty damn cool. I will say the biggest downside, if you're coming from 40k to K47, is the variety is not as crazy as 40k. That's for sure. I mean, it's pretty much different flavors of Imperial Guard, which is cool in itself. And there are things within the factions that are a little outlandish. I mean, you got like the werebears, and I think there are werewolves. You know, there's like mutant, like monster, like fighters as well. There is some kind of like fluid stuff with that, but generally speaking, the overall flavor is it from 40k perspective, I should say. The overall flavor is either a variation of chaos cultists in some of the DNA of that is in some of the factions of K47, a very minute amount of tau in regards to the IJA, sorry, and then Imperial Guard for pretty much the rest of it. It's very, very coded in that, which I think is fine and it's really cool, and I find it interesting. But I will say, if you're into more crazy, outlandish stuff that 40k usually throws at you, there is not as much of that in K47. Not as much, but it's definitely a great alternative, in my opinion. Brits apparently play like Space Marines, and depending how you play Axis, it can be like CSM. Really, and I can believe that the Axis already look like they're in power armor. I've already made a couple jokes to myself while working on these and like researching the minis and what they all look like. I have taken stock of the fact that quite a bit of the Axis symmetry. Actually, no, I got pretty. Oh, there's some of the uncleanness. Yeah, you got a little bit of the pant leg there. Not bad though. There you go. Yeah, but I'm a bit reminded of Wolfenstein, the New Order and the New Colossus, a little bit with some of the Axis designs, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it's pretty cool to see it in miniature form. Okay, so with a jump pack, I think we're gonna do a little bit of a metallic, and then a brown for the straps. Kind of jumping around the mini right now. Oh, that's not good. The new German Stahltruppen, fucking German words. Stahl or Stahltruppen are like chaos termies. Oh, in terms of stats or aesthetic? Pop, pop goes the weasel. A little brown on there. Need a little bit of a lighter brown for those straps, I think. So where's my white? Where's my white? Okay, can you guys hear that or no? Because I might be going crazy. Say the word still with a and you got stall. So that doesn't make any sense. Because if I put a at the end of still, it's stilla. Is that how you pronounce Stahl? Is stilla? Like, where am I putting the a? Instead of the I. Okay, so it's not just... Okay, so you're replacing a letter, so that's important context. So it's stall. You could have just said that. You say stall. Or stall. Germans. They always have to explain things in the most complicated fashion. It can never be, hey, here's the exact English equivalent, stall. No, it's like, oh, you replace this element with this element. But what part? Damn you. Germans. A little bit of white. A little bit of brown. Hopefully that doesn't fade too much into a different color than what I want. Kind of, it turned into kind of a peach color. Let's see. How did you turn it? Looks kind of right. I'm sorry, I'm going off frame here. Little leather straps and the little leather man in the do. Yeah, it's little tiny little details like this. That is one. I guess that is one thing that's going to be weird for me as an orc player. Is the models are so small. With orcs, you can get dirty with it and it won't look wrong, but also they're a little bit bigger frames to work with. So there's a little bit of a bleed over there, but thankfully not much. Problem is the autofocus likes to focus on my hand. Your brewing is not done, barista. What? Oh, sorry. In the green brew of the far coffee, there is only milk. What? Feels kind of random. All right. So we got the initial leather straps there. I'm gonna do a little bit of corrective painting. Have you seen the new Old World Marauders? They are very good and they have zero mandated diversity stuff, just allowed to be Chaos Vikings. No, I have not seen that. I believe so, anyway. I haven't been. I don't really keep up with Old World news too much. I'm not. I don't have anything for Old World. I guess is why. The closest to Old World stuff I have is. Hold on. Would probably be my one-page rules minis I've printed off. I have not collected anything for the actual module of Old World myself. A little bit of corrective paint right there. Sometimes I feel like Bob Ross. It's just like, it's like, and here's a little paint and a little brush, and we're gonna apply it to this little dude. There. Doesn't that make him happy? Good lord. I do need a smaller brush for this next part. You love the feel of Old World, but do play one page with your dad? Nice. My dad doesn't do this stuff. I don't think he'd be interested. No, he's also busy with like crazier stuff. Well, crazier real world stuff, I should say. Apply a little bit of the black there. All right. The important part is applying the black. Yeah. Boom. Okay. Do. All right. How am I doing so far? All right, gonna hit those bricks right there next. That's where I need my gray. Ah, come on. Shake them up. Ooh, that's goopy. It's a lot more gray than I wanted to take out of the bottle, but you know, it's good. We'll be fine. Your dad started minis with Ralpatha and this Ralpatha. I don't even know what that is. In the 70s, and he also did Rogue Trader. Oh, nice. So he's an oldie. A veteran, if you will. I think Ball, if I recall correctly, Ball also has been enjoying 40k. He's a Ball's a buddy of mine. I think he's been in 40k since Rogue Trader. I know for certain since second edition because he still stands by that was the best edition of 40k. But I'd have to ask him if he was around during Rogue Trader days. No, my dad's never been into this kind of stuff. Well, he was into some model collecting, but not like for war games. This has never been his shtick. I will say on my dad's behalf. Oh, we use the steel minis. And those minis will survive quite a bit. Excuse me. Yeah, I have one metal mini in my entire 40k collection. It's an old War Boss model. Outside of that, I don't think I have any metal. Well, no, sorry. I actually do have a Warhammer Fantasy model that I think is techless. It's the metal techless. I did get that off of an eBay sale. I even stripped that one. I don't remember what I did with it now though. I put it somewhere, but yeah, I have a techless model somewhere. That's cool. You guys all mini metal minis. You got the legacy. You got the legacy protected. Yeah, for some reason that black I put down is extremely thin. Yeah, look at that. That's basically a wash. Why are you so thin now? I might have accidentally dropped it onto I don't know, maybe a water sprocket? Like a water bubble I forgot to get rid of on the, yeah. I just trudge that up a bit. Because that is super, super thin. You got an old Titanicus metal Stampa. Nice. I have a couple of Titanicus stuff left over, but it's all, shave it up a bit more. So it's still coming out quite thin. Very watery. Yeah, I have a couple plastic Titanicus models I was putting together. But I got them because I was trying to make Titans for 40k. I was an idiot. I didn't. This is way back when. This is way back when I didn't understand that those weren't like Titan models. Those were Titanicus Titan models. So I was like, oh, I got a Titan model for 40k. No, wasn't scaled for that. I was like, damn it. I think I could barely have gotten away with calling it an Imperial Knight. Yeah, I mean, what should have tipped me off that they weren't properly Titan models was the expense. They weren't like $1,000, so I should have been like, oh yeah, oh okay, yeah, these are not what I thought. I don't know why that black is so thin. Like it's barely. It's definitely not due to the wet palette. The wet palette's thinning it, but yeah, but not that much. Damn. 1 second. Let me grab one of my energy drinks. That way I don't become too boring while I paint. Yeah. Plastic 40K style, scale Warhound Titans are meant to come out next year. That's cool. Unfortunately, I'm not buying them. I'm not buying any GW products at the moment. I am very mad at GW. I think most people are, to be fair. I think I'm one of the few, though, that's actually not giving them any money while being mad at them. Most people are mad at them, but still giving them money. Which, at this point, I won't judge too harshly. I can't. I guess I can't. Everybody's just trying to find the fun in their hobbies. I get that. There we go. Another thin coat on the boots. That shit is like going to cost $1,000 or something crazy. It probably will. Yeah. I mean, I was about to argue that, but nah. Before I even let me stop myself there. Yeah, you're probably right. To be honest, I don't see them doing anything reasonable. Actually, before I do the lenses, I'm debating because I know I want to apply the wash before I start doing like highlights and doing anything like fancy. I can definitely get the gun right now. If it should focus on the pistola. It'll be a lot cheaper than the resin one. I'm sure it will. It's still going to cost an arm and a leg. I don't see a Titan going for anything, even in plastic. I don't see it going for anything shorter than maybe $400, $500. Like, I could see them cutting the expense in half because they actually do want to be able to sell it, period. But they're not going to sell it for much less than that. Because the damn thing, if it's going to be a proper Titan, right, it's going to be the size of like 3 or 4 Imperial Knights stacked on each other. So it's going to be massive. Vivek, you are being wicked fucking... Well, to be fair, that's pounds for sterling. Perhaps you're right for pounds. In the US, I don't see it anything shorter than $500. It's gonna be 500 big ones. Yeah. For your currency, though, I can definitely see it being around like 250, 300. Yeah. Hey, Avic. Yeah, but for US, hell no. That shit's gonna be $500,000. Oh god. Like some, but again, that doesn't affect me too much. I won't be touching it myself. And even if I wasn't mad at GW right now and I was totally happy with the company, I still wouldn't buy that. That's 500 fucking bucks. I listen. I don't know as it is. I don't know how anybody is able to get a combat patrol, like one or two combat patrols a year. Like I could get one combat patrol within a year. Buying a shit, like buying like one or two every few months. I don't know how people afford that. Like I don't know what kind of Gucci money they got, but that is wicked expensive. Especially with how everything else is getting expensive in the States right now. Nah. Years for 80? Yeah, why don't you brag about it, goddamn? The Brits get preferential sales. Shit. Alright, so I think I've done on that. So before, actually, I might do a little bit of a brown on the pads. Nah, I think I'll leave the pads also green because I think that would also be left green. So it's more of a. What other straps can I get? The question at this point. It's just still too expensive for your liking. Yeah, and I think that's the case for a lot of people. Like GW is really pricing out their own market real bad right now. Like it's worse than it's ever been, and obviously GW will never lower the price; they only ever go up. Unfortunately, I think that's 100% the case right now. But that's just another reason to consider getting into Konflikt 47. It's also fairly expensive, but by comparison, it's downright generous. There my dog goes again, making as much noise as she humanly can. Well, not humanly, she possibly can. Price out the miniature game players, get the Netflix deal, cease being a game producer, and become the IP loaner company. Netflix. IP loaner company they always wanted to be. Sorry, Amazon do. Oh, okay. I was about to say, when the fuck they talked about I know they were talking to Amazon, but Netflix? The hell? Still buy China. You buy China Cast. Fair enough. You'll save money. And based on the fact that GW shared a guy's army on one of their, I think it was one of their White Dwarf stuff that was almost entirely like recast. That they won't be able to tell. Like you go to a tournament and they won't be able to fucking tell. All right, so They use it to advertise like new Ultramarines back in 2014. What'd you get for proxies? Hold on. Think. Alright. Probably going to go to the printing route anyway, because you missed the Mark 7 armor so much. I would recommend it, especially if you want the Mark 7 stuff. Especially if you want a true scale, honestly. Like, 3D printing will give you everything that GW will not, and also will give you what GW will. And for a fraction the price. All it requires is a little bit more effort on your part, and that's about it. One second. 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm back. Valric's Historical Crusade game is apparently coming along well. The models look good. Oh, I haven't actually seen his models, so. But it's good to hear he's making progress. I wish I was making a little bit better progress on my own, but slow and steady does the race. I mean, he does the content creation full time anyway, so. Well, does he? Actually, I guess I should ask that. I do not know. Maybe he has a day. If he has a day job and he's doing it, that's impressive progress. Keep bumping in. I will say, well, yeah. To be fair, I think Valric's doing his own, not in like not in kind of a frustration thing. I think because in his case he's doing a historical style war game, right? Like based on like Crusades. So I think he's just trying to fulfill a niche that he wants fulfilled that I don't think he's getting. Uh, I don't think he's trying to fulfill a need that he was once getting that he was like. I guess what I'm trying to say is like in the case of like people like me and some others where we're making grimdark sci-fi settings, we're making something to fill the void that GW has left us with after they've ruined 40K. So we're trying to create stuff and make stuff that fits that niche that we love so much, that is no longer getting satisfied. Whereas I think what Valric's doing is he's fulfilling a need and a desire that GW didn't cater to begin with. His content full time. Okay, so yeah, so he would have the time to make a lot more progress on it than like what I'm making on mine. I work a full time job. He doesn't play 40K. He doesn't like 10th. Wise man in that regard. Very wise man. He isn't generally, but in that regard, he is being very wise. Because I didn't like 10th. 10th was fun for me for the one tournament I did for it. And that's just because I took advantage of the fact that everybody else there didn't know how dev wounds worked. I did. So I won. Do I want that a different color? So I keep pulling this so close, but I'm trying to apply very small amount. Paint that wire there. Okay, I think I've gotten. He's spending hobby time to make a game. Yeah, so he's got the time to do it. I do envy that. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely do that myself right now. I have to work on Warglaive on very sparse amount of time when I could find time to work on it. So I definitely whoops, I overshot one pop. Yeah, I definitely envy that level of free time. I mean, to be fair, especially now, because again, this is my first weekend where I actually have a Saturday off to do stuff that I want to do. That has been killer lately. Actually, what's even funnier is on Wednesday when I was at work and I got to work, I'm already tired, I'm already beat. I've worked for at that point Wednesday, I've worked for 10 days straight. Like no day off, 10 days straight. Cuz I worked last weekend, not this weekend, last weekend. I worked both Saturday and Sunday. And I arrive at work. I'm fucking tired. I don't want to be there. I hate being there. I'm in a very bad mood. Not to mention, I woke up that morning and a fox had killed a bunch of our chickens. So I'm extremely pissed. I walk in. I'm already fuming. I'm already not wanting to be there. He looks at me and he goes, "So, I got a question for you." I went, "Yeah, boss." He went, I was wondering, a game is apparently coming on here on Saturday. We didn't know about it till just now. Would you be willing to cover? Without missing a beat, without letting him finish his sentence, I went, no. And he'd be like, oh, uh, are you sure? It's going to be a good chunk of pay. He said, it's going to be about 7, 8 hours of overtime. I went, no. Oh, okay. Well, I just want to thank you for covering all the ones you've covered thus far. No problem. No. I was not humoring him. In weeks I've been working without a proper weekend off and having at that point worked 10 days straight. No. No, no, and I repeat, no. I need a day off more than I need money now because otherwise I'm going to snap and I'm going to lose my shit. And I will not I will not be a happy camper. So yeah, I can tell you this, I have been exhausted lately. Yeah, so actually, also my girlfriend was pissed at me last weekend because I was working both Saturday and Sunday, and she went, "You work too much," and I went, "I agree. I really do." But thankfully, he took my no and asked one of the other older custodians to cover the game that's happening today because I certainly as hell wasn't gonna do it. Whereas employers don't really understand life work balance. Well, in my boss's case in particular, I don't think he understands it, cause, well, actually, I guess it's not my place to talk about his personal life. Never mind. Yeah, let me cut myself off there, cause Yeah, like that. I was. Yeah, no. Sorry. Reverse. You didn't hear me say anything. The last 10th tournament I went to wasn't that great. Played the top player, then got paired into a kid who didn't know how to play or his army stuff. Then got paired into Death Guard and Chaos Knights. I sorry, Death Guard with Chaos Knights. Okay. Classic Late Edition tournament. Death Guard paired with Chaos Knights. That I would actually be curious to see that army. What point value was it? A 1K or a 2K point? At 2K, you could actually do something with that, with Death Guard mixed with Chaos Knights. 1K, that's gonna be pretty limited on what knights he can employ alongside Death Guard. At least in my head. 1K duos. Mm. Oh, so is it? Wait, when you say duos, is it 2v2? Ah, 2v2. Ah, okay. That makes things more complicated. Oh god. I thankfully I've only ever done one 2v2 tournament. It I can share the story if you guys want to hear it. It's a bit much though. It was uh yeah, it was a bit nutty. I'll never do another duos tournament after it though. I will say that. Not entirely because of all the partners I had, because we did 3 round Swiss for that. So and I had a different partner for 3 different rounds. But that was a 2K tournament, and we were there all day, like the whole day. Like the tournament started at 8 a.m. We didn't leave till about 8 9 p.m. Which was great. It was fun, but by God, we had 2 intermissions the whole day. It was horrible. You love to do tournaments actually, but we are stuck in teams, so I play with my brother. Okay. Oh, so you guys had stuck in teams. We got randomly switched around with people. We had because that's kind of like the idea was like to make sure everybody played 3 games and everybody had like a different partner each game. That way, I guess the idea was like everybody gets a different experience alongside a different army. All right, so have I painted everything before I apply my first wash? I'd say so. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of Agrex or shade. Yeah, so I'm gonna apply this wash, let it dry. Oh shoot. I'm gonna apply this wash pretty liberally. Gonna let it dry. And then once it's dried, I'm then gonna start painting over some other spots that I don't want. I don't want to share the same wash. For those who've not done this before. Yeah, washes can really bring out the best in your minis. So, for anybody who's new to miniature painting and might watch this VOD or is watching live right now, definitely get some washes or make some. You can make washes pretty easily. There's a lot of DIY videos of it out there, and the results are so satisfying. I didn't miss any part of this guy, did I? All right. Yeah, the only trick with this is making sure it doesn't pool badly in the wrong areas. But you can always paint over those spots. Again, if it's too cumbersome. Oh crap, he had it. Oh, he had a leather strap on his helmet. I missed that part. That's okay. Alright. I'm gonna be painting the rest of his helmet differently anyway. There you go. Yeah, you can already see it's already bringing out like a way more detailed look. Oh god, I absolutely love washes. Agrax shade or a similar brown wash, best friends with Green G Grimdark tabletop war games. Oh shoot, I can actually apply this on one other spot too while I'm here. Yeah. So we're gonna let that dry. It's not gonna take too long. So let that dry for two. Once that's dry, we can start doing more details. You can make some nice red alert conversions with this. Yes, you absolutely can. I will say if you are a fan of red alert, Conflict 47 is for you. I was gonna save this rant for the first impressions video, so I guess a spoiler for what's gonna be in there. But a big thing that's gonna contribute, or sorry, a big thing I believe that contributed to the aesthetic of, if not the revamp, then if not the origins of Conflict 47's aesthetic, then definitely the revamp of it at least. I think a huge, if again, like it's just too coincidental for it to not have been on purpose. So I'd say like a lot of the aesthetic you see in K47 kind of applies a lot to Command and Conquer, like quite a bit. Like the some, so you have some that are almost one for one, just with some more units in K47's case. Like the Soviets are just straight up Red Alert 3's Soviets. Like a lot of the same aesthetic is right there, especially in some of the tank vibes. Like it's very reminiscent of Red Alert 3, and I love it. It's fucking. I just I I could imagine myself painting that, listening to Tim Curry go, "I'm going to go to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism, space." Fuck me, dude. Ah, that is aged like fine wine. Tim Curry is an absolute joy. He's absolute joy. I saw a recent interview with him too. He is like, he's got like, after he went through a stroke and he's wheelchair bound now. The man is still cracking some jokes. It's still good to see him. I do feel bad for him though. Yeah, but not even just the Soviets. I'd say that if I may also, I would say the USA in combination with the Brits for Conflict 47 is also like, to not Red Alert, but the Tiberium franchise. They're basically GDI. Like that vibe is very much a. it's not 1-for-1 in that case. Soviets pretty much 1-for-1 for real. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But for the U.S. and Brits, if you took all their unique models and put it in like one homogenous group for Conflict 47, it was very reminiscent of GDI for me. Like and again, I love it. These are not negative comparisons. These are absolutely positive comparisons. The Japanese feel very red alert as well. Yes, I was gonna get to that, but the Japanese are very reminiscent. Again, not 1-for-1. There is a strong separation, I would say, for the IJA and the Japanese, the Empire of the Rising Sun from Red Alert 3. Red Alert 3 was very like ultra sci-fi. Their faction was like the most like futuristic out of all of them, I would say. And I would say that's also true for the Japanese forces in Conflict 47, but it's still held back enough. I didn't wake you, did I?
No.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I scared myself at the door.
How'd you scare yourself at the door?
I didn't expect it to make a noise. Nugget, are you in my chair?
Yeah. If he's not in my chair, he's in your chair. Bless you.
Buddy. The kitty. Boop.
Boop.
Yeah.
The Japanese who are really, yeah. The new IJA minis literally now have samurai armor. It's so dope. I did see some of those. Yeah, it's. I do think that Conflict 47 is making the right decisions with their designs. They're leaning into the quirk and like the not the fancifulness, but the little bit of the crazier elements, rather than trying to be a little too restrained to as realistic or well, not realistic, but as grounded as possible. I think the right decision with especially a war game, but in particular the setting they're building with K-47, I think the right decision is to go ham with it and go like as crazy as, not necessarily 40K, but definitely go as crazy as Red Alert 3, go as crazy as Command and Conquer Tiberium Wars. Go nutty with it. You're in a sci. You're already in alt history sci-fi. Why not? And I do think they were already doing that to an extent, but the fact they've really ramped it up with this. Would this be 2.0 for Conflict 47? What is this revamp like counting as? I guess, as I'm new to Conflict 47, I don't know what edition necessarily they're on right now. I'm not petting you. She'll be out in a sec. She can pet you. Sorry, cat's being demanding. I definitely can't paint you right now. I got paints on the table and I got a wet mini. I'm not letting your fur get all over that. He's needy. Needy cat. No! Be gone! It's a squeak. It's a high-pitched meow.
He does them all the time.
Yeah, because his vocal cords are messed up.
No, buddy. Mom's cat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
His aren't messed up. He does the same exact high-pitched meow as Nugget is right now.
I probably got the same deformity.
It's not causing any problems.
Well, it doesn't cause a problem for him either. He just sounds like a squeaky toy.
It's funny though.
That's how he sounds.
Is this what you wanted? Yep, this is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted.
He's a pain in the ass.
Did you expect anything less?
No.
Also, is your little mini on top of a tower like thing?
It's a painting handle.
Oh.
Yeah, so you put the miniature in the base, it vice grips it for you. And then that way you can hold onto the handle and maneuver it while you paint, rather than have to hold onto the base where you could accidentally hit your finger with paint.
Well, that's a cool little device.
Yeah. The newer GW ones suck because this one's got like a thick grip right here. The newer ones have this weird retarded hourglass thing
Mm-hmm.
where it's like really thin towards the top. I fucking hate them. Like I used one time. I hated it. I don't know why. I don't think I think they still sell these, but that's all I keep finding at the game store.
Well, they
I go to.
probably changed the design and stuff like that, and probably people like the more
I don't think so. I don't think anybody would like them.
modern kind of way that they make it, but I don't see the hype in it.
Like,
If it's that uncomfortable.
yeah, and it's
If
pretty.
It's really thin up on top. I would think it wouldn't be very secure.
Yeah, it's also pretty easy to do maintenance on the handle if you ever like need to do anything because it's just two pieces like that.
Like cat in my face.
Makes it easy to wash. He's gonna get hair all over you, just let you know.
I know.
He's shitting.
Belle will freak out when I get home. She'll smell him.
Belle's her dog. Excuse me. Okay. The new GW one, not affectionately referred to as the butt plug. Oh yeah, is it called that? And it does look like one, so that's fitting.
It's very fitting.
The butt plug. Okay.
So one of your watchers said meow meow in the chat right above.
Oh, Havoc said mew, and Matthew Gordon said meow meow.
Well, he does go meow meow almost all the time and always likes to get right up in my video space.
He's needy.
You.
All right, where are we? Actually, I think he's dry now.
He should be. I would think that the paint would dry pretty quickly, yes.
Well, it's not the paint that I was waiting for to dry. It was the wash, which is a little bit more watery, so it takes a little bit longer to dry.
Does it?
Well, a little bit, yeah.
Did I use wash on mine? Where did mine go?
Right there, up in the shelf.
Where? I think I'm blind. I don't see it.
Like,
It was up there. Wow, you just put it further back. Didn't I use wash on this one?
use it on the skin.
Did I use it on the skin?
Yes.
Could have sworn I used it on the wispy kind of area down here too.
A little bit. Yeah, this is a mini she painted. My girlfriend. It looks very nice. With advice from me, of course.
Hey, your advice helped. You're not laying on my keyboard.
I tutored you in the art of miniature painting.
I mean, you ordered the mini, and I just kind of went haywire with purple and black. Because those are my two favorite colors. I will say that a couple of her fingers are broken, but that's how they came.
Oh yeah, that's the resin that kind of chipped, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, that does happen.
Yeah.
It does happen. But it looks nice.
You'll notice that my cat is acting as a wall between you and your keyboard.
I know he is.
He's doing that strategically.
But he's not going to succeed because I will.
You can just move him.
I will purposely move him.
You can
so
move
that
him.
way I can still access my stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my mini back where I found her before, which was about right there.
Yep. I have her up there in display next to all my orcs.
She's the healer of them all. She looks like a healer.
With orcs, she'll be very busy.
Yeah. Because they're stupid.
Fun stupid.
That is very true. You're just soaking this all up, aren't you?
All right, so far, what do you guys think of the mini? Because I think it's amazing how much like hard work the wash does to make minis look fucking great. What's he doing?
Trying to chew on my wire.
Hey, no wire chewing. You can bop him on the nose for that, because he's not supposed to be doing that.
He tries to do it every once in a while with my headphones.
Yeah,
Just
he's not supposed to be doing that. Like that. That's one thing you can bop him in the nose for doing. That's not allowed. Also, make sure to do that, because that gets their attention.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's
No chewing on my wire. Not good for you.
it's going along well. Nice. Yeah, so for the mask, I intentionally didn't apply the wash to the mask because those are going to be a couple different colors right there. You gonna walk your dog? Alright, well, enjoy the walk with your dog. Oh, shoot. I do need to apply a skin tone paint to his hands. Right then.
You missing a color or something, or looking for one?
There we go. Okay, so I'm going to use Vallejo's light flesh on the skin tone areas.
Now, are these supposed to be human, or are they supposed to be like some other creature?
Yeah, they're supposed to be human. These guys aren't 40k. They're Konflikt'47, which is kind of like alt World War II history, but like sci-fi fiction. Basically, it's our real world history up to like the nukes. And then in this setting, the nukes opened up these rifts into like an alternate dimension instead of mass disaster weapons.
Mm-hmm.
When that resulted in technology and everything advancing exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
And in this setting, it takes place during the year 1947, and World War II is still going. And the Nazis no longer exist. They got ousted by another group within Germany, some Illuminati group. Following me so far? Okay, I haven't lost you. Okay. So that's just called the Axis now.
Okay.
And on the front here, the Japanese have also advanced their technology quite a lot. The Soviets gone even more evilly communist.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Axis right there.
American?
Yep, U.S. And that's the Brits.
Why do they look weird?
Well, that's actually one. This is one thing that I do find incredibly odd.
No offense to any British people, but why did they make them look weird in this scenario? Do they just have a personal hate towards them?
Well, no. The company that makes this is British. I'm pretty sure Warlord Games.
Well, they made themselves look weird then.
Yeah. This is like a sample artwork for each faction. This is Axis. Otherwise, what were Nazi Germany, now it's...
Yeah, all their stuff is like all rusty.
Well, no, that's camo.
Is it camo?
Yeah, so it's a gray, dark gray, and then like a brown.
I thought the brown was rust.
Nah. It's got a rust tone to it, though. See, you can actually see it better on the minis.
Oh, yeah, now I see it better. It looked like rust.
I mean, a little bit. It's got that color tone. Right here, these are Soviet werebears that they get to use in their military.
Rar.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that is just rar.
The models are really, really, really cool. I do gotta say.
I like this thing in the background.
I don't know what that is. I haven't seen, for context, so you guys don't feel left out here. It's that thing she's pointing at.
The dome thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen that on. I'd have to look again on Warlord's website, but I'm not sure what that is. I think that's supposed to be like holding in a rift, like into this alternate dimension that's powering all this new technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that. Yeah, good example. United States. Actually, one of these guys is one of these guys.
They look like literal U.S. state army people.
Pretty much.
today.
They're
just with different.
Yeah, these guys are
different
fire. Yeah, they're
technology for guns.
yeah, they're Firefly infantry. They use plasma, like a little plasma machine gun.
Yeah. Got a ton on my lip.
Yeah. So this is a robot. So this is what's weird about the British in Conflict 47. For some reason, their main not their main infantry, but one of their main infantry is just robots.
Okay, so they full on made themselves look like absolute drones that could take over the world.
But they didn't make themselves look like that. They built robots and drones to fight for them. And that's what I find weird about it is I would have figured, because it's stereotypical, but in most sci-fi alt history settings like this, it's the Japanese that go that far with technology. But for some reason, the British were like, yeah, let's make automated drones to fight for us.
This is what happens when they eat too much fish and chips. They turn into that.
Well, again, they didn't turn into that. They built that.
Or more or less, they start building that shit because of too much fish and chips.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, they have these automated robots fighting for them. They still have men on the ground, but they're
a bunch of dumbasses. Do they not realize that eventually their technology will take over? Eventually, will take over them.
I don't know if it's AI or not that's fueling them though. I'd have to look into that part of the lore.
I cut my lip though.
You okay?
Yeah. Just a little.
And you got the Soviets, sure, shown off here. Soviets got like some of the more fun models. Empire of Japan. Yeah, you got some samurai-looking units. Every faction's got. Hey, Calcio, the Brit Bongers were real ones for creating robot soldiers. And I don't know. The timeline again is pretty much the same in real world. Well, a couple things are different even early on, but it's pretty much the same up until 1940. It's pretty much up till 1944, where the first atomic bomb test occurs in Los Alamos, New Mexico, and opens the first rift. So the rift is, as far as I've been able to ascertain from the book, it's like an alternate dimension. For 40k, it'd be like the warp, but unlike 40k, demons don't come out of it. At least not that I've read so far.
That'd be kind of cool if they did, though.
Yeah, it's not known exactly what's on the other side. It's just that there is something on the other side. The closest hint we have to what is on the other side is in 1945, President Theodore Roosevelt, diagnosed with several terminal conditions, is admitted to Area 51 at Los Alamos. 7 days later, he emerges a new man, vibrant and healthy. It's believed he went into the rift. So FDR addresses the joint houses to declare the war that they're already in, World War II, a righteous crusade against the evil of the Axis, formerly Nazi Germany, Japan, and godless communism, so the Soviets, hinting that the U.S. was chosen by God for this task. So the President of the United States entered a rift full of terminal illnesses, left the rift completely healthy and clean, and declared to the United States that they were fighting a righteous holy war on behalf of God to destroy godless communism. And it's awesome.
The cat keeps laying on my keyboard.
I thought, like I told you, you can ward him off. You just gotta throw him. Not actually throw him. Don't pull an alinity.
Well, now this button is glowing pink, which I don't know why it's glowing pink. It's always blue. Button up here.
I think that's warning you it's heating up too much. Doesn't help. You have a fur ball.
Can you get off of my computer? Because you're warming it up too much, if that's the case.
I don't know if that's the case. That's entirely guesswork. You could pick him up and move him.
I don't mind if he lays by it, but he's actually was covering one of the fans over here, and I think he probably was laying by it because it was nice and warm.
Oh, no doubt. I believe that's Caboose. Hey, Caboose, the Toten Core, they are from the other side. Wait, FDR said godless Soviet? You know it's alt history. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, that's not what it did. It's not telling me that it's heating up. It actually changes the light in my keyboard.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, that's cool. Well, I'm going to customize this to my heart's content then.
Yeah, for everybody new joining the stream right now, this is what I've done so far with the first infantry dude. I'm about to paint his hands, because that's the only exposed skin. Crap, that's drooping. One downside with Vallejo's dropper bottles is they spill over so much. Ah. Yeah, it's
Hopefully you didn't
pooling.
get any of that on your mini.
Well, I'm putting part of it on the mini on purpose.
Well, no, I meant like just now, considering you just knocked the bottle into him.
Nah, I think it's fine.
I'm thinking that maybe the reason why it spills over like it does without even squeezing it is probably because there's a lot of pressure built up inside. It's the only reasoning I could think of.
That would track.
I mean, yeah. Now you have paint on your hands.
Well,
But
that was already happening. A natural hazard for painting minis
that is.
or painting
He's
anything really.
inventing now.
Hopefully he is. Right. So
Because before you were laying in front of my computer and you were literally watching whatever video was playing.
she's talking to the cat.
I do talk to a cat. Is that a problem?
No.
Okay. I'm just planning your death. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Based. Wait for. Oh crap! The rift cured him of his socialism. That's not an oh crap. That's a yes. We've declared war on godless communism. What if it's going to be like an elder god? That wouldn't surprise me. As it is, like obviously, like we don't have confirmation that FDR went through the rift and met God. It's just fun to think that that's the case, though. It's fun to be like, America's fighting a holy war on the name of Christ. The mission: destroy godless communism. What about the fascists? Second to communism. 40k Death Guard paint detected. It's the Death Guard. I am using Death Guard paint because I think it's the right shade of green, for sure. That I was going for. What faction are they part of? Because at least in the revamp, again, I haven't played Conflict 47 prior to like the new revamp recently. I don't know what that was. I breathed in nothing and choked. That was weird. Alright. Joys of painting it. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I keep going out of frame here. Doing delicate work with my hands. Alright. There we go. So I'm going to apply a flesh tone to that. Really? If I lower the light here a little bit, that'll help. Helps out a little bit. Who's they? The Royalists? The they is which faction for K, unless you're talking about something completely different, and if you're talking about like real history stuff, I'm not sure what you're talking about. But if you're talking about like Conflict 47, you're referencing a specific unit. I was just asking like what faction would they be intertwined in? I started using vinyl gloves when I paint. I don't do that. For me, I like it better when I'm not wearing gloves. If I were to wear gloves, I think it would make it less fun to paint, personally. Actually, the funny part is I could probably get away with just... You could really get really lazy with these models and it would still look good. I just realized that. I'm not going to, but I'm just saying, like, you could really get away with some stuff with these models. Alright, so while I wait for the hands to dry a little bit, which won't take long, but... let's apply some white to the back out. I'm going to use an old technique of mine. Oh, shoot. Actually, let's do a little bit of that on purpose. Oh, that, but... Is he being demanding again?
Oh no, he keeps trying to lay on my keyboard.
Oh, okay. Would you stop being a dickhead for like 3 seconds? You foul creature.
I don't mind if he claws up my shoulder.
He's a rat. That's what he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He's a rat.
No, he's not.
He knows he's a rat. That's why he squeaks. I'm very verbally mean to my cats, but I spoil the shit out of them. Gamesburger I14K, welcome. Also, welcome Zoid. Welcome to you both. Warlord Games sniffing the GW glue with the prices of Konflikt 47. It is pretty... I will say the prices are closer to 40k than I would have liked. I think that is something else I would definitely recommend to Warlord Games to not necessarily reconsider, but maybe just have a regular cycle of discounts. Like a first buyer's discount and stuff like that. Like, do some stuff that GW doesn't to help new people get into it. Because otherwise, I do think if they follow the same exact trend, just pricing wise, honestly, I do want to support them because as a company, they're not woke, and obviously, I don't want to bring in my politics to Warlord Games either. I want the setting that they've built to be the setting that they've built. But the point is, they're not preaching any bullshit at me. They're hopefully going to have a consistent canon. I want a good setting that's cared for by people who genuinely care about the product that they're making. And that's what I'm getting the vibe of Warlord Games, is that they actually care and that they're actually invested in what they're making. So I'm willing to pay into that if that stays consistent. I do think the one thing I would recommend to them, though, is definitely address the pricing. You can have like a high like MSRP, but you need to give way like avenues for which people to get into the hobby cheaply comparatively. I obviously I don't know exactly what their costs look like. I don't know if they're really running things near the red as it is. I would assume not, because it's plastic and they already have the machines, I assume. So if you have the machines and you're already producing the plastic and the plastic kits, most of the expense is going to come into exporting and then continuing production, paying employees, and obviously paying for new designs to run through and make new model kits. Obviously, all that's going to cost money. So I get that and also it's a hobby. It's also a hobby that people are only going to buy a finite amount of product for. So I get that they have like a ceiling on how much they're going to make on units that they produce. I get that. So I get there being a high base MSRP. I do think it would be a good idea though. It's good PR, but B, it's also going to help you start customers who will pay in full price in the long run if you give them avenues to start cheap. Like, you get them in the door, show them the quality of your product, let them get invested, and then for there, they'll probably be willing to invest more money into future products and future things that you produce for that given setting. So I would definitely say I would recommend to Warlord Games to definitely consider at least some kind of regular cycle of coupons or something, or like a seasonal sale thing, something that is going to be consumer friendly that'll help people buy their product more frequently. Because I've said this before and I'll say it again, a a box set sold at 75% of your asking price of MSRP price, that sold is better than 20 of those boxes on the shelf collecting dust, not selling because people can't afford the full MSRP. So as long as you're selling for more than it cost you to make the product, not just a material cost, but also an hourly wage for the employees. So again, it's still going to be a decent chunk of change for that product. But as long as as long as you're in the green for the money you're making, for the money that cost you to make the product versus how much it's costing you to sell it, I think that they should bite the bullet on occasion for not the ideal sold price, but for a acceptable sold price for them to make money, for someone new to get their foot in the door, and for the setting and the community around it to grow and grow in the right way, not in the political pandering bullshit way. So, first things first, let me apply the. Actually, is that painted thoroughly enough? Yeah, I think the wash will obscure anything that wasn't perfect. I wonder what Finland's doing. Canon. I don't know. I don't think I didn't. I'd have to look again. I didn't see Finland mentioned. I think they're part of the Axis. I think they got homogenized into the Axis. I'd have to read it again. Oh, baby.
Hmm.
What? Where do you want to go for dinner tonight?
I don't know. What options do we got?
Okay. Buffalo Wild Wings
Okay.
or 99.
We haven't been to 99 in a little bit.
Do you want to go 99?
Sure.
Okay. High five. Thank you for making a decision. I'm proud of you. Well done. I always got to give you two or three options. I got to narrow it down.
Well, yeah, because there are so many, and I don't know which ones to choose.
I'm gonna experiment, and I'm gonna experiment next weekend. Next weekend, I'm just gonna pick a place. I'm not even gonna give you an option. I'm gonna tell you where we're going.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if you protest. What are you trying to? Don't touch my brush.
I'm gonna touch the brush.
Don't touch my brush, foul woman.
I've already touched your brush multiple times when I painted my own.
I mean, I like it when you touch a certain brush. You need a gesture. The hint was in the air, you know.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What's that all about?
Sorry. Alright.
You like inhaled so sharply that you choked on it.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, the large Tesla tank looking thing from K-47 picture is definitely terrain. I can see they took one of those electric balls with the trace with you. Oh yeah, those. That's actually a clever thing to use though. Like that looks because those photograph really well. Those are really cool. According to Mordian 47 is okay. So according to Mordian, comma 47 is flying off the shelves and people are saying whatever Warhammer is doing, let's do opposite. Yeah, and that's a wise decision. It's a very wise decision. Do not to any company out there that may be watching this. Do not, and I repeat, do not mimic GW for anything because they are. Yes, they have hit mainstream popularity. That is literally has nothing to do with anything GW has ever done ever. I've said this 1,000 times, say it 100,000 times more. GW literally is responsible for 0% of their own fame and their own success. They owe that entirely to their own community. Because if it weren't for Sayama Peterson, and Astartes, they never would have been as popular as they are currently, and there never would have been as much of a demand. There would have always been a demand, don't get me wrong, but there would never have been as much of one for like additional media for 40K and like mainstream interest if it weren't for Sayama Peterson. Literally, that man alone in a fan animation breathed an infinite new life into 40K that GW never could have paid for in a million years of their in their miserable lives. They never could have done it. So they owe that man like literally all their current major mainstream success. They also owe, and as much as I hate him, as much as I think he's a bane on the community, especially with some recent stuff, they also owe a little bit of that to creators like YouTube creators like Bricky. And yeah, like Bricky is again, hate him or love him, and I definitely don't love him. But hate him or love him, he made one of the most comprehensive videos for an introduction to new normie people into 40K that we didn't have before. Like his introducing the factions videos on 40K, I believe 100% woke up a lot of normies to 40K and caused another surge. Nowhere near as big of a surge as Astartes did, obviously. Astartes reached people that never would have ever heard of 40K in a million years. Like, that is the big one. But you can't, as much as I dislike him, as much as he definitely is one of the worst people in terms of talking about lore in the whole community, he definitely breathed life into in my opinion negatively, because in the end of the day the lore he's espoused to normies has ruined a lot of communication between normies and veteran players like myself within 40K, because we have a bunch of new people who came in who read all the memes and didn't read any of the proper lore, and so they think they know everything but they know literally nothing, which has caused a huge rift, fittingly enough, in the 40K space. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Bricky was a positive. I consider the advertisement he did for 40K a bad one, but the GW owes him a little bit for that portion of success. I will say. All right, so we're gonna experiment a little bit here. No, I don't want to war crime against non-communists. What? Finally, the Finns join the good guys. Ask her if she wants something salty. Do you want something salty?
Mhm. What?
Do you want something salty? Say
No, really, no. I mean, I'm being honest though. I really don't want anything salty right now.
no. Okay, good, because Carn's being a bird.
Yeah, because he thinks you're gonna shoot a load in my mouth or something.
Good lord, woman, you have no filter.
Nope.
The mic's right here. They can hear you.
Hi.
Holy shit. Rein it in, you pervert.
Now I ain't the pervert. Karn's the pervert here. He started it.
But his was still euphemism. You just said it. Madam. Good lord. To anyone who watches the VOD of this, she is a very gentle and nice lady. I swear.
That's a lie.
Let's put a bit of a blue wash there. Let's see. Access good guys. Good lord. No, they're not. Well, I'll tell you this. Axis are more good guys than Soviets. Soviets are the worst. Soviets are pure evil. They are the enemy faction in all of Conflict 47. Did he fall asleep on your desk? He's out cold. He's been sleeping, and when he's awake, he wants to be cuddled. When he sleeps, he wants to sleep. Look at him. Look at him. Look right there.
That's the typical cat behavior.
He's just. This is round the clock. It's round the clock. Yeah, but if Conflict 47 is flying off the shelves, that's very, very good news. That is very, very good news. All right, so while that's going, actually, I have a better way to do that. Where did I put my drive pen? It's over there, isn't it? Of course, it's over there. Everything's over here. Or maybe not. Thought I saw my drop.
What are you looking for?
My dry palette for paint. No, that's a wet palette.
Okay.
Go for the dry palette. I know I put it somewhere around here.
I don't know what a dry palette looks like. So.
Oh.
Unless it's like the ones that have like the little divots in it. Yeah.
My bad.
This poor dry palette needs to be cleaned at some point.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Look at all the paint on it.
She's well used.
Yeah, but you still need to clean it out because if you put new paint in there, sometimes the dry paint in there will rehydrate and then mix in together.
Yeah, but to clean it, I would have to literally douse this thing in a shit ton of well, not acetone, but IPA. Isopropyl alcohol.
Because you don't clean it after every use.
Well, no, of course not. I don't know anybody who does. I ain't that anal retentive. Actually, technically speaking, I don't even need to clean it. I could just, like, take a rattle can and just... all good. Just overcoat it. Alright, so let me dry brush this. Dry brush. I need a small dry brush. There we go. Dry brush, dry brush, dry brush. Thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you, Kabusi. $20, thank you, my good sir. Holy Christ. Thank you. Thank you. Why wouldn't let me leave a like? There we go. Want to see something fed from K47? Look at Shibito. Fuck. Shibito squad. I am the captain now. Look at Shibito squad. What? I can look that up. Shibito. Ito squad. They look like zombies. It's probably because they are. Shibito squad. Yeah, they look like zombie units. For the Japanese. I don't get how the I am the captain now thing works though. Look at the uniforms. Some of them look more like American and Australian. Are they resurrecting the dead to throw at the enemy? That's holy shit. YouTube's removed 2 of your comments? Well, wait. YouTube removed 2 of your comments. Why? What'd you say? Well, obviously you can't say. But can you give me the gist? Shibito squad. Alright. So I'm going to dry brush the brown. Where's my brown? There's my brown. Actually, that's not the right shade of brown that I want, though. Let me... You want to go out? Or not? Okay. Brown go. Oh, I must have used it. Not chasing you, Nugget. You don't have to run away.
You found your bean?
Yeah. Brian.
When?
What?
Now the question is it supposed to be a red or a brown one?
It's a brown. Flip. Brown.
Oh. And me too.
Okay.
How dare you? Okay, all is forgiven now.
I would hope so. Holy crap. Matthew Gordon for another $20. The generosity is overflowing. Thank you, good sir. To assist in 947 Army Bruski. Thank you. I appreciate it. The generosity today. That is amazing. I will not recover very soon from that. Cat a Wet Boy posts about his favorite IRL main character trolling a certain historical leader for just lighting a ciggy. White boy. Grant a white boy about it. Post about his favorite IRL main in real life main character. The first person I think of when I think of like IRL main character is is I can think of a few. Dan Daly was a bit of a main character in history. But I think like the main character would probably be trying to think. There's someone I had in mind. Christopher Lee, probably. Yeah, because didn't he? That man was like on Mount Vesuvius. Like I think it was Vesuvius. Might have been a different one, but it was on like on a volcano 3 days before it erupted. He was one of the originators of heavy metal. He was in like all of our favorite childhood movies, or amongst them quite a bit. He was in the best movie trilogy of all time. The man redefined Dracula for like a whole generation with Hammer horror. Before all that, he was hunting Nazis during World War II as his job. He was also a direct descendant of Charlemagne. Yeah, the more he met the assassins of Rasputin as an infant or as a little child. Yeah, the goddamn the man did like fucking everything. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ, the main character. Well, I would say Jesus Christ is like the admin. Not necessarily, he's not. He's like the GM, right? He's like the GM for the campaign. He's running things. He's not the main character. He's the one who sets everything up and controls the main character's fate. He's even more epic. Actually, that's kind of a funny image. I'd be tempted to hire an artist to paint. It's like Jesus at the head of a D&D table. Just, all right, let's play. Roll your dice. He's a very harsh but fair DM. Okay, so let me play. Ooh. She squirted. Nothing.
What?
Nothing. A lot more paint than I wanted, though. All right.
Too bad you got that much paint though. So what did you say?
Nothing.
Tell me.
Nope. Don't worry about it.
Tell me.
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 Why?
Because I don't know what you said.
You don't need to know.
I must know.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
When I was squeezing the bottle to get the paint out, it kind of pooped. Like, so I went, oh, she squirted.
That's what she said.
I know.
Or in this situation, that's what he said. Because you said it instead.
Indeed. A little bit of a dirtied, muddied ground. There we go. Or related, the Father, the GM, and the Holy Ghost. The Father, the GM, and the Holy Ghost. Carl Gustav Emil Mannerheim once lit up a cigarette in front of Austrian painter. Ah, that might be why YouTube blocked it. Just to establish his position in a negotiation, knowing full well H-Man hated smoking deeply. Did he? I actually didn't know that. Wait, that's a revelation to me. H-Man didn't, the Austrian painter, that dude didn't like smoking? Really? Wasn't he like an epic drug addict? He was into meth and shit. It must be a little smarter than I thought. Probably is. YouTube's algorithms are getting kind of testy as well lately. He hated smoking. Shit, I would never have guessed. I would have actually guessed he loved smoking. So he hated smoking, but he did all those fucking drugs. That reminds me of like a South Park style skit. Listen, that is just a disgusting habit. That is absolutely foul. What you're doing is not better. Actually, this is refined and like classy. Gah. He took drugs in other ways. Yeah, like needles and shit, I'm assuming. And pills. H-Man hated smoking. The cancer thing was a big issue. Okay, well, not to sympathize with H-Man too much, but I mean, that's fair. I mean, at least he loved his mom. Silver lining, I guess. His eye drops had cocaine in them. Of course. Yeah, that might explain a few things. Pervitini Perkelli. Or Perkelli. Pervitin, I know, is the pill that they were taking in World War II. It had meth in it and shit. Yeah, so zooming in a little bit here. So that's what the model looks like real up close right now. I don't know. How's everybody thinking I'm doing? Am I doing it justice, or am I doing it sinful? I could probably get away with actually finishing them all right there, but I'm gonna do a bit more, obviously. Going to do a wee bit more than that. So first things first. What do you proper plan? Yeah. This is going to be a bit testy. What the? Don't dry on me. For some reason, my wet palettes. Why is my wet palette drying?
Is there not enough water in it?
Well, there was. There was drying out. A little bit more water in it, but that's weird. Yeah, it was dripping with water earlier. Looking good. Yeah, we're making pretty good progress. This first one I'm painting is a proof of concept for the others. So once I do this guy, I'll be able to do the other ones in like a batch paint quite a bit faster. But we're going slow on this first one to do it right, to do it justice. Do it, glory. Alright, so put down a little bit more of this wondrous paint. There we go. Cause that was, I got that on my brush and it immediately was like, no. By that brown. I didn't grab metallic. I always forget like 3 or 4 paints when I start.
I started going backwards more and more. Whee!
Anyways, another thing Manaheim did was act as guard during the crowning of the last Russian Tsar, since he was was an cavalry officer in the Russian Imperial Army. He also developed a deep love for East Asian art during his time as a Russian spy in Qing or Qing Dynasty China. Interesting. Yeah, it's actually a funny thing we talk about history right now. So what's funny is so I don't know if, for those of you guys who saw it, but one of my YouTube shorts recently blew like the hell up. Like it almost hit like 1 million views. It was crazy. But it was a video where I was just I was actually talking about. Let me grab it. I was talking about. Didn't drop anything. For a second, I thought I dropped something. I was talking about this Stuart tank. And funny enough, by the way, it's going to be painted in sub-assembly. For anyone's curious. Hence why it's compared to zip it like this. But I was talking about this tank and how like tiny it looked to me, because it is quite small, I will say. Like it is very, very, like, for what I'm used to for 40k, this is quite small. But I posted a short just being like, hey, I thought I was about to make a short saying like how small and like how I thought Warlord Games screwed up the scaling, but then I looked up the real tank and it was like, no, it actually is quite a small tank. So I was like, holy crap, because I'm so used to 40k tanks whenever I think of tanks so often, and they're always massive fucking things. And so for me, I had my worldview, I guess not shattered, but corrected in my notions of like tank sizes, because to see like what a real Stuart looks like and how tiny it is, and then to find out 4 people fit in the damn thing, but seeing that and then seeing like what I'm used to, and it's like, holy crap, like 40k is just like way overscaled. So that blew up. And what? Oh yeah, cat, another cat.
Saying hi to her.
But like that short blew up, and then I did a follow-up short where I just like showed what I'm used to. I showed like my battle wagon. I showed a couple of Space Marine tanks I have. My Mauler Fiend, a bunch of stuff to it, and everything was just like 2 or 3 to 4 times bigger. Hell, an orc on a motorcycle, on a war bike, is the same exact size as this. pretty much equal in girth and in width. Only thing this had over it was a little bit of height. That's it. Like they were the same size. So I was baffled by that. But a bunch of people started like getting on my butt and saying like, "Oh, being proud of your ignorance in history isn't very wise. You should be more interested in history than you are these fictional settings like a child." And I got a bunch of comments like that. I'm like, "What the fuck do you losers get off? Get off? You guys must be fun at parties. What a bunch of what a bunch of party poopers." And also, like, that was a huge leap of logic. It's like, I didn't know about specific tank specifications, so therefore, your takeaway is, oh, I'm ignorant of all of history? Even the broad strokes? I just know nothing about history? When that's not what I said? That for me was just like, who the fuck are you guys to even just assume that? It's a bit of a leap there. It's like, oh, he didn't know this exact specification of this exact style of tank and this exact scaling and size of it. Therefore, he knows nothing about history. One does not like track the other. You know what I'm saying? Most historians know nothing about tanks. I would wager not. No. And here's the thing. I'll admit I'm not a historian. Like I'm not obsessed with history, but I definitely am educated in history. Like I don't completely ignore the subject. In fact, I was actually quite good at it in school. But obviously that doesn't really track much with our crowd. But I hang out with purists all the time. We talk history. I know a lot about organized crime history because that was just something that fascinated me as a teenager. Not because I was interested in joining it, mind you, just because it was an interesting section of history I thought was fascinating, like the mafia, and also the Hell's Angels, that kind of organized crime rings and stuff. All that I found fascinating. So I know quite a bit about that in terms of like autistic specifications. However, when it comes to like greater history, I know pretty much the broad strokes of most major historical like empires and historical events. I'm just not as obsessed with it as I am something like 40K, which is more fun. I think what helps me make it more interesting is it's fictional. I can't comment. I'm autistic as shit. Well, to be fair, we all are. I think you and me though are. If I remember Calcio, you and I both are officially diagnosed though. Like, if unless I'm wrong, are you like you're actually autistic like I am, right? That's what I remember. I think so. Great upside makes your vehicles easy to transport. That's true. And logistics is a huge part of warfare as well. Here, lead belcher. That's right. You've been a history teacher. Most historians are super clueless outside of their special field. Yeah, and I think that's how it should be, right? Like, if you are someone who's actually passionate about history, there's usually one specific element or era that draws your interest. I think that there is room to be a historian and be only hyper focused in one element, as long as you find a historian for like every element. Uh, yeah, I think that's fine. Like being just fascinated with one element of it. Hold on, my webcam decided it's done focusing on my face. Still doesn't like my face. That's fine. I don't like it either. Webcam. Alright, so that's it. And technically, I could leave it like that, and that'll look just fine. But I think I'll do a little bit more to that. Alright, so let me. See what your games do. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick couple mixes here because I'm about to do the lenses on the helmet. I've been okay. Sorry, I read that. I'm developing a cold fascination with Iranic history, and yes, I'm diagnosed autistic. Okay, so yeah, you and I both are in the same boat then. It's currently hindering me from easily getting a driver's license. Wait, they hinder you for that? For like that? Wait, what? So like they where you live, you don't have to say, obviously don't dox yourself. But like where you live, they hinder you from getting a driver's license due to a diagnosis of autism? Really? Like even in the States we don't do that. I mean I have a driver's license, so feels very discriminatory. I mean, I don't know why autism. Like, I get like the sensory overload sometimes with driving, but like if you're high functioning, you should be able to cope with that just fine. Oh, first things first, let's apply. I have a shot. Oh shoot, I didn't have my metallics. There we go. And voila. Right here. It's not hindering me, but I need to undergo an evaluation to see if I'm eligible. Okay. Well, I wish you luck on the eligibility, man. I will say this: it took me a while to get my license. I kept getting failed, but I eventually got mine. So I believe in you, Calcul. You will ascend. Can you do this? Alright. For some reason, my driving teacher seemed too scared to let me fail. Seemed too scared to let you fail. May I ask details? Or can I infer from my own experience with your driving? The license is more of a formality than a necessity for me. I can still easily get to where I need to go without one. It's more tied to work opportunities for me. I mean, that's fair. For me, I do think it's important to get a driver's license because I do, especially after having not had ones for so long. It does open up a lot of what you can do, and gives you a lot more freedom. It's pretty invaluable, to be honest. Okay. So this is going to be really, really interesting to do. Okay, so I'm going to try and do this on camera as best I can, but this is very hard to do. Okay. Hey, Pyrrhus. Hello, my good lad. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oops. I tapped on the wrong app.
Hey, Dr. Alexandrius, welcome to stream. Wow, how cool. Watching you paint while I paint my Tempestus Science. Nice, nice. Hope you're having fun with that process, my good friend. Yes. Sometimes the problem is I know this is why I'm bad at streaming mini painting. Is I move around so much with my hands when I'm like maneuvering the miniature, but also like I know that when I like hyper focus and I'm trying to get a specific detail, holy crap. Like I know I go real dead quiet because I'm just hyper focusing. It's not so much the case here in urban suburban Sweden. I live in the sticks. I'm happy to live in the sticks. I prefer living out here. It's much nicer out here. Okay, so we're gonna use the Of course, it dried on my brush before it even made it to the mini. As long as we get a good look at the mini once in a while. Yeah, I mean, so I'm trying to maintain. I just maneuver way too much. It's my bad. There we go. Alright, so I think that's the lens is done. Not perfect. At a distance, they look alright, but not perfect. Okay, I can definitely make. A little bit better. All right, see if we can get a good close up. Probably not. Yeah, close up's pretty dirty, but at a distance. I don't know. How's the lenses look? Do you think I should reset those? What made you choose the US? I've checked out the range and there's some wicked minis and other factions. Well, combination of ones. One, I am American, so a little bit of a US bias, I must say. But additionally, I think the thing that made me settle on it for sure was nothing to do with aesthetic. It was the lore. I really liked that the US president entered the rift full of illnesses and sicknesses, left, came out, and basically announced to the world and to the United States that we are under a crusade issued by God to destroy godless communism. I thought that was so funny. I love that. So I was like, okay, this go time. Let's go US. So that was my pick. I'll probably expand to other armies like Wicked in the future, but that little lore tidbit made me choose the US. I thought that was fun. But there are some really cool the Soviets got a lot of cool minis. I do have to say. That I do like the werebears. Those look so cool. And the Brits got those automated drones that look kind of like that assassin droid from Star Wars. But yeah, I'd say for me that lore tidbit about FDR entering the rift and leaving and being like, God has ordained us to destroy godless communism. Oh yeah, and the fascists and the Japanese, but godless communism. It's like, yes, Christ has spoken. You're going UK if I play both BA and K40, Bolt Action and Konflikt'47, secondarily Finns for Bolt Action and Royalist Italians for Konflikt'47. Royalist Italians. Are they in the Axis, maybe? Because I know the Italians aren't their own faction in K47, but I'm sure they extend. You'll someday do U.S. Force, but use the Marine figures, like Space Marines with 40K. I mean, you could. 10 likes out of 11 viewers, pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, yeah, people are being pretty good today. Being pretty good. No, they're the allies. Okay, makes sense, I guess. Yeah, well, which army range would they fit in though for like the rule book? Because the rule book only lays out hold on. Sorry, my eyes. A little bit of dry eye there. Eh. I like to comment on it because I get the pretty blue name. I should pretend to be working. Well, no stress on you. If just enjoy your company, Jenny. I'm sure the rest of the chat does as well. Wow, squish my nose. Tony.
Look at the one I just pulled.
It's Tony.
Cute.
Got a panther pelt.
It's a cheetah.
It's a cheetah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cheetah.
Looks nice.
They're adorable.
So, well, they're Italians. Depends on the day. Fair. There are Italian troop options for Axis and allies. Gotcha. I think we're also ready to start doing this little pauldron over here. I am going to cheat a little bit on this one, though. Okay, so that's the blue part. Come on, focus. There we are. Alright, so the Axis ones wear Roman armor and the Allied ones wear gladiator gear. Okay. I hit a nerve when I went to stab myself, so I have a sore spot. It happens. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And I hope the pain goes away. It's a nice shade of blue. Thank you. It's Vallejo's flat blue. The baseline blue. All right. I need my red. Alexandria says, "Man, the Italian Bursa." I cannot pronounce. I'm not going to say that correctly. Bursaglieri, would be the ones I pick. I don't know if I said that even remotely correct. Don't really care, but noted. All right. So. Try not to overlap too much. Because having to correct this would be a pain in the butt. Oh, the rest is white. And we're going to cheat with that, because white does not go on very good. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do the star. The star is just way too tiny. So it doesn't help that these synthetic brushes are terrible about not fraying. Oops. I can't go that tiny because keep in mind that pauldron as it is already like only like a third the size of my pinky nail. That star would be even tinier than that, and I don't have a good magnifying glass. Ugh. Dark cornflower blue. Dark cornflower blue. For some reason that brush had a weird stray follicle in it. So now we're gonna do some corrected painting, and then we're gonna do. Oops. God, the pauldron's so small, it's so easy to overpaint. Okay. See if I can safely paint the edges. Sorry, I'm off frame. Ow. I bashed my eye against the camera.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Positive?
As the symbol for plus.
Okay.
It's that edge piece that's so easy to hit.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
What are you doing?
There's one random follicle that was just so long it was causing an issue.
On your paintbrush?
Yeah. This is the downside with cheap synthetics is they don't do a good job at making sure follicles are properly done. You get what you pay for.
Oh, did you ever send me the picture of the moon poking through the trees yesterday?
I did not, but I can do that in a second.
Like, much appreciated.
You need it?
Well, yeah, because I want. Remember, I said if I get around to purchasing a canvas, I wanted to paint it. Remember?
Right, but you haven't yet, have you?
No.
Okay.
But it would be nice to have the picture in advance.
Steady hand. I'm trying.
Keep
Alright.
the hand steady.
Alright, so we zoom out. Yeah, it came out pretty good. I can already see some stuff I want to fix though. It's not perfect. And the downside with being a perfectionist like me is that's driving me insane. Fuck! I just accidentally hit the white with my brush when I had red on it. Alright, there you go. It's a little bit better. A little bit cleaner. You can never go back to your artist opus brushes. I might need to get artist opus brushes because I keep buying cheap synthetics because they're just easily disposable. I don't have to be as careful with them, but they do drive me nuts with the actual quality on use. I'm just eyeballing to see if there's any other details I'd like to go in on. It wasn't cheap, but worth it. Yeah, sadly, that's the story of my life. Not cheap, but worth it. Just trying to play some net build. Hmm. Is there any special way to take care of your brushes? I feel like I ruined mine super fast. Use synthetic ones though, so it might just be a brush quality. Synthetics will, unfortunately, they will wear out no matter what you do. But the one thing you can do for both synthetics and traditional brushes is, if you get, which I don't have, that's why I get synthetics because I can just cheaply use them, and then when they get bad, I can either convert them into dry brushes or I can just toss them. But if you have a it's a special kind of soap. There's like a there's like a brush soap kind of thing. It's meant to like help preserve the what's actually keeping your fibers properly like brushed and properly like pointed. It's a special kind of soap. You can't just use like Dawn dish soap to do it, unfortunately. But you being wise over here? Huh? Being wise? What? Talk them it is. I mean, yeah. And the upside with synthetics, they're cheap. Downside with synthetics, they fall apart and they bristle and they don't last very long. Unfortunately, you can preserve them for a little while as long as you properly like clean them and like you wash your brushes thoroughly with after a painting session, and you make sure to regularly rinse them in water while you paint, especially whenever you switch colors. But the more you do that, obviously, the more milky your and resulting water will be. I'll speak now. I don't want to switch. And both upside and downside, they are cheap. Yes. Want to see something funny? Look up the royal title of the rulers of Abyssinia. Abyssinia. Okay. Royal title. Rulers of I saw Abyssinia. I was putting Al. Abyssinia. That has an N in it. I'm gonna say Nagus, but it's. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be pronounced, but I'm gonna say Nagus.
Sounds like you're saying something else.
No.
I'm just being honest.
Someone added me into this Discord. Oh no, it's an announcement in Pontius' Discord. Yeah, he's almost at Pontius has almost hit 30,000 subs. Nice. He's well over double what I'm at. Good on him. Grand Nagus. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that one though, just in case. Just in case. I know YouTube too well to risk it. And I ain't risking it for the biscuit. That's a sculpting tool.
Is it?
Yeah, careful with it. They are sharp.
Yeah, that end is a little pointy.
Yeah, for tightening the corners. I think profit. Well, that's what you're supposed to think for Star Trek. The Grand Nagus. Excuse me. The accurate pronunciation isn't possible to render within the sound system of English. But then I won't attempt to mimic it then. For multiple reasons. Alright, so I could actually leave him there, because that's plenty. Yeah, I mean, for basic infantry, I think that's like a healthy amount. I think I'll do a little bit more to the back there. I need one more wash to do what I'm thinking of doing, though. I think that wash is over here. Yeah, for basic infantry, though, this is pretty straightforward. So, overall wash with a color of stuff. Yes. All right, so what the? That was weird. Did the stream just cycle for you guys? Because I looked up and for some reason the Google the stream view on YouTube's dashboard just said all snap something went wrong. All seems fine for you. Okay. Oh, just making sure. He's fine. All right. Won't push my luck on it then. All right. So the only thing I think I don't love about what I did with this was the lenses. I don't know. What do you guys think about the lenses for the helmet? The only thing I think I am tempted to fix. Everything else came out pretty good for the quick paint job that it is. I say quick. I know the stream's been going for about 3 hours, but if I had been like hyper focusing on only painting this, and hadn't like had a couple of tangents and stuff like that happen, probably could have done this in under an hour. And this was just my first one for the whole army. If I, now that I've done it once, I think I could replicate the process faster across several of the models. Add a wash and apply same color over ingredient. Then a dot of white in the top right corner. Sorry, type right and bottom left corner. No need to risk ruining it. Yeah, I can always try that at another one, see how it looks. Or, actually, I have an idea. I don't know. I think it's fine to leave it like that. Yeah, so. Take this guy off. And I will now apply the rim of the miniature. Which I know some people do like more fun colors, like blue and other things. I'm gonna do. I like to have like a black rim around my minis, so I'll just do traditional black. As is tradition. There we go. So first mini of the army is pretty much done. Just needs a varnish, which I'm gonna varnish them all at the same time, so I'm not gonna do that right now. Got any more finished minis? Not for Konflikt'47, but I got plenty for 40k. And one such for 40k is a custom orc war boss I did a while back. A Black Templar for my Black Templars. Yeah. Keep forgetting what this guy's called, but Chaos Space Marine unit. I actually have a painting video of this on the channel for anyone. A video, mind you, not a stream. If anyone wants to see me paint this guy, I have a full video documenting it in a very entertaining way, I'd like to say. And probably my best product I've produced. Of course, the lighting's making him not all his colors come out properly.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, let me try filtering the light a little bit. Man, honestly, in 40k, Chaos actually seems kind of more reasonable to some extent, but I feel super weird. Wait, what do you mean by reasonable? Unusual to see purple armor. Purple armor? Oh, on the orc? No, that's... I guess it's not done very commonly, but the Death Skulls Okay, the Death Skulls clan, they normally do blue, but they also do purple. Death Skull, so yeah, that's the clan basis. And I don't really like the color blue. Blue is probably one of my least favorite colors. But I will use it obviously because I know it looks nice in general. It's just personally not on my top. My favorite colors, like my favorite color combo, is red and black. My favorite color is purple. Uh, favorite shade is black. Thing next to purple, red is a runner up. My least favorite color is like a deep ultramarine blue, like a Macragge blue. I really hate that color. It's something about it. It makes me just dislike it on appears. And that was before I got into 40k. I've always disliked the color blue. Purple is a blue with a sunburn, but guess what? That sunburn makes it from a terrible color to a great color. The Emperor and his creed is Antichrist 101. Pretty much. But it's all fiction, you know? Like we can enjoy that fiction without really getting too much in the weeds of that. I'm a Christian too. I mean, I'm not a Catholic. I'm a Baptist. But I don't, it's fiction, right? Like you don't bring in the real stuff into the fiction, right? Kind of makes sense. So within 40k, within the bounds of it, I'm definitely Imperium 100% because chaos is literally satanic. It's demonic. It's evil 100%. And with even within the setting, they're definitely worse than the Imperium. The Imperium, the Emperor, all that. Yeah, he was an atheist and total redditor, very antichrist. But in terms of within the setting, he was in the right compared to what he was up against. It kind of goes to show you that it's kind of a fun setting to talk about in that regard because no matter who we're talking about, everybody's evil in some fashion or another in terms of mistreating others. But there are those, that make more logical sense to side with. I think the Imperium, with all its flaws, and the Emperor, with all of his infinite flaws, is better than siding with Murder Satan, Rape Satan, Disease Satan, or Confusion what the fuck Satan. Like I'll take him over them any day. Of course, the faction I choose most is neither. The faction I choose is orcs because orcs are awesome and fun. They don't get stuck in that briny more morality red or black, morally gray, morally black kind of shit. They're evil, don't get me wrong. They do horrible things, but they're a bunch of oafs that just have fun and go nuts. Falling asleep on me? Falling asleep? Oh, God. Oy. There we are. Yeah, that's my first completed mini within Konflikt 47. It's not quite dry around the rim there yet, but well, I guess there's one other thing I could do to it though, real quick. There is it. Apply a non-oil wash. Ooh, the metallic bits. It's not really necessary, but it's a little nice thing to do. Alright, it's pretty much done now. Sounds like imperial propaganda to me. Okay, whatever. Can you elaborate? From what I understand, it is an immaterial amalgamation energies coming from the materium. Wait, what? Am I missing part of this? Orange is a share color. Bronze is also. Yeah, that makes sense. But the truth of the setting is that chaos is the transcend. That is not true. Is transcendental truth. That means the setting is hell incarnate, but it is the truth. Not sure where you're getting that from, but no. The Chaos Gods are not truth, especially not Zinch. Zinch is antithetical to truth. He is neither truth nor dishonesty. He's both simultaneously, which is why he's one of the most confusing fucking gods. But chaos is in no way a transcendental or absolute truth. They're an aberration or corruption of truth. The whole point of the immaterium is it's a dark reflection, an emphasis on the dark part. It's a dark reflection of the materium. So what creates and what manifests what we know as demons and chaos gods within the warp is the emotions and the experiences of people within the materium. The materium is truth. The materium is reality. The warp is a abstract. How do I put this? It's an abstract, immaterial. It's just the term that works. Immaterial version of the materium. It's a twisted realm of it. The reason that chaos exists is so much reoccurring emotions and reoccurring experiences and ideas occur within the materium, and all those thoughts and emotions create kind of an unseeable energy, which we would call magic, I guess you could say, kind of feeds into the immaterium and into the warp. All of that emotion manifested the four chaos gods, along with some others, with like the Eldar's gods and all that. It's a bit complicated, but just to focus on the four chaos gods, all of that emotion fed into creating these figures within the warp, such as Zinch, such as Khorne, such as Slaanesh. Slaanesh, we actually have a direct breakdown of how Slaanesh came into being, in fact. And then also Nurgle. Like, they all manifested from these, like, emotions from the materium. So the truth is the materium. The twisted lie, I guess you could say, is the immaterium, in fact. The immaterium is the opposite of truth in many ways because of that fact. So within the warp, when we look at the chaos gods and how they manifest and how the demons manifest and how they are empowered, it is like for Khorne. Khorne is empowered by your anger, your rage, your hatred, your wrathful thoughts manifest him. So the more wrathful, the more hateful, the more violent you are, even if you're not openly so, if you're just internally you're a very angry, hateful, rageful, vengeful person, that alone feeds into Khorne. Now, Khorne wants you to be more overt about it, because the more overt, the more crazy, the more overextended you are about those things and those emotions, the more he is fueled. Hence why he demands skulls for the Skull Throne. It's not really because he actually wants skulls. Skulls, I mean, he does and he doesn't. The skulls are cool and all, they're a decoration on his throne. But the purpose is your expression of hate and rage, the violence you need to incur to get a skull, to kill someone. That level of violence is actually what he needs, it's what he wants. The skull itself is just decoration, but it's giving you a goal in which to manifest that hatred. So he twists the truth of your emotions into an extreme an extreme version of it so that he can be fueled. Very much a satanic figure. Additionally, Slanesh. Slanesh wants you addicted to drugs. Slanesh wants you to and give in to all your desires, the most abhorrent, extreme sexual thoughts and desires. Wants those twisted into the most heinous versions of themselves. Because keep in mind, all the Chaos Gods start small. Like they hit on something like, let's say initially, let's say someone who lives in a hive world on 40K, right? They hate their foreman. Right, they hate the foreman of the where they work, the guy who whips them into shape, and if they don't do things correctly, the guy like beats them or threatens them or gets them back in a line or threatens to turn them into servitors. Guy absolutely fucking hates that guy. However, normally the truth, if you will, of the reality is he would just hate him, but he would accept that this is the reality of the hive. What Korn will do is he'll seep in there. He'll put his hand on the guy's metaphorically, the hand on the guy's shoulder. Start to put thoughts in his head. The thoughts that he had before was just, oh, I just like to punch that guy. Well, then Korn goes, well, why stop there? No, seriously, why stop there? Why not go hit him harder? Well, you punch him once, he'll get back up. He'll report you. You'll get in trouble. And also, wouldn't it feel better if you, I don't know, stabbed him? Shot him? Beat him with a pipe? Oh, definitely do that one. That'll be brutal. Think about all the blood that'll spill. All that blood that he's made, all that sweat and blood that he's made you shed. Maybe make him actually shed some for once. And why make it slow? Why make it marginal? Make him enjoy it all at once in one big fury hit. Slanesh, Korn and the other Chaos Gods, that's how they work. They're a corrupting satanic force. To say that the Chaos Gods are a truth is, I think, to kind of ignore what the actual, like, not only the subtext, but the actual blatant text of the lore is, I would say. So I'm not sure where, Alexandrius, you're getting the idea that there's some kind of absolute truth or some kind of transcendental truth. The only thing that's true about them is the emotions themselves, but everything else is a twisted lie. That's exactly how they exist. Okay, I've changed my mind on the matter. That seems like a reasonable explanation. Just wish the Emperor is such a Redditor. No, I get that. Your choices aren't amazing. Like, you have the Emperor, especially with how contradictorily he's written. You have a really hard figure to follow there. It's just the other option isn't really good. Like, your options are literal Satans, but 4 variations of it. And then you have the Emperor, who's an atheist Redditor, I'm better than everybody guy. And even then, in the modern Imperium, it's really not the Emperor at this point you're siding with. You're siding with the idea of the Emperor. But really what you're siding with is all the smaller figures now. Unfortunately, Gilliman and the Primarchs are being brought back, so that unfortunately may result in the Emperor, as he was, come back. I'm hoping not. I'm actually not a fan of the fact that they brought the Primarchs back as it is, but if they're going to bring the Primarchs back, stop at the Primarchs. Don't bring the Emperor back. Yeah, so, from there, it's really the figures below the Emperor. You're really... The Emperor as a god is more of a figurehead at this point. Like, the interpretations of him as a god are not anywhere close to who he was actually as a person. Like, he's been deified to such an extent that the man that he was during the prior to the heresy and during the Great Crusade era just doesn't exist anymore. The idea of him has gone way astray of the figure that he was. So that's kind of like part of what contributes to the fun of the Imperium, and also why I side with them. Also, I side with them just because it's humanity. I call it bias, but I'm gonna side with the people trying to keep humanity alive. Yeah, they're doing it in a really rough, rigid, kind of brutal way. But most of what the Imperium does to keep humanity going is it all has a reason. It all has a motivation behind it. It's just not the nicest. Uh, yeah. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I guess you're just sympathetic to Lorgar's search for the transcendental. That's true, but it's actually the whole story with that with Lorgar is he was so desperate for a deity, and once he was shut down by the one he had deified, his own father, the man who the emperor, once he was shut down by the emperor, he was so desperate he sought a false. Not only did he seek a false idol, he sought four. And the Chaos Gods took wicked. Again, it's that's further like evidence of their corrupting force. It's further evidence of their twisted lie that they actually represent. It's actually the reverse of truth. They directly fed on his desire for the transcendental and for like this ethereal truth, this greater power. They knew he was so desperate for it, and he was so broken after the Emperor had betrayed his expectations and his hopes that they immediately fed on that. Again, it's a very satanic. Like it's that story right there could, obviously take out the names and take out like the setting. That could have been in the Bible by all accounts. Like a person who was seeking a god is rebuffed and they find themselves lacking one, so Satan himself comes and whispers, "Well, I am the god. I am the Messiah. I am the prophet you seek." And because they're so desperate, they don't bother to be suspicious. They don't bother to look back on their own teachings and their own understanding of truth beforehand. They just completely fall into something because they're being given a convenient truth. And they don't even question the fact that it's not a truth. It's actually, again, this is all the fun of 40K, really, is that it is very biblically based when you look at the lore, when you look at the setting. That's like it's very Christian and it's in some, especially in its early days of the lore. It's very Christian in a lot of its elements. The Emperor being a Christ-like or godly figure, obviously he wasn't really. It's a very dark, twisted version of it, but all of that, the Lorgar's betrayal, not to mention Sanguinius uh versus brain fart, Horus. Sanguinius versus Horus being like a Cain and Abel kind of fight. These two loving brothers, one had to strike the other down. Well, it's Cain and Abel, but it's actually more so Michael and Lucifer. It is very, very fun themes, very fun to talk about the lore. That's why we kind of fell in love with it. It's just unfortunate that GW didn't remember that and is now ruining it. But yeah. Anyway, minis. Very Arthurian. Yeah, it's also very Arthurian. Like there's lots of elements there that I think I think are very compelling across many different iterations of like media and stuff. Boom. Ow. All right. So I will start the next miniature. Oh, whoops. I can get that later. So, actually, I had an idea. So, I'm not talked out, but I'm gonna because I just found myself after having had that small rant just now. I'm gonna jump in VC with some of my buds. That way, hopefully, that'll spark some more conversation while I keep going. Sorry. Also, while I'm painting the next mini. Oh wait, shoot! I think they're playing Valheim.
Yeah, what do you?
Hi, gentlemen.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hmm, being a bit mad.
I'm also listening to. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I did. Let me mute the stream. Right, there we go. No, there's not an echo.
So, how's it going, gentlemen?
Just chilling,
Well,
playing Valheim.
Yeah. I ran out of conversational steam a second ago. So
Well, talking about 40K. I guess
yeah,
you could talk about the. I don't know anything of the Conflict 47, so
it's definitely well. First of all, it's not as grandiose as 40K. I mean, obviously, it's hard. It's
I
hard to be as like that
figured it's
big.
like a. It's like a fictitious. It's like post World War II. If it went like atomic punk kind of.
Sort of. Not the atomic punk. Not really. Um, the general gist of the idea is that the nukes didn't just cause widespread devastation. They also opened up rifts, which are kind of like portals to an alternate dimension. Very, a very 40K esque idea, kind of like with the warp. Unlike with the warp, though, at least in terms of our like in universe knowledge, we have no idea what's on the other side fully. It's been explored, but it's like all top secret from everybody. Like nobody knows. Well, it's not been fully explored, I should say. Like people have gone in and come out. The what has been kind of figured out from these rifts is like they're huge like fulcrums of power, like energy. So they've been used and caused the inspiration for brand new technologies to develop very rapidly. So the world history is the same all the way up to like 1944, or 44 or 43. And then from there, this when the history completely shifts because of these rifts and because of
Did it happen like when they first tested like the first atomic bomb?
Yep, the very first test in Mexico. Sorry, New Mexico, Los Alamos. They tested the first nuke, and it was a success for the devastation they wanted, but it also opened up the first rift. They weren't sure A, what the rift was at the time, and B, they weren't sure that was going to happen again. And also, they were still very hyper focused on wanting to use it as a weapon. So they still launched an atomic bomb, but instead of at Japan, it was at different locations. And I actually have to look it up in the book. But they launched it at completely different places than Japan in this version of events, and they opened up further rifts, which that all kind of culminated in within under a year. Like the whole world started using these rifts technologically uh, to advance things massively, creating plasma weapons and like these advanced jetpacks and
Mechs and
mechs.
stuff.
Yeah, like technology within a year jumped forward like 200 years. It was just and World War II was a huge motivator for why everything just jumped forward so far. So it's kind of like Wolfenstein, the New Order slash New Colossus, in terms of its inspiration for like alt history, World War II, and it's got a lot of like on scaleness of like craziness that like Red Alert or Command the Tiberium franchise kind of have. It's got a lot of fun
Gotcha.
ideas. Unfortunately, like 40k, there's not a lot of novels as of right now.
That's not as bad of a thing these
If
days.
they ever do, they just need to make sure to have a not
lore
make
Bible.
GW's mistake and
Yeah.
or just maintain a very tight knit group of authors.
I would recommend no more than 5 authors. And if I were them, I would even specialize them. It's like, okay, who here is a huge fan of Japan? All right, you're in charge of all Japanese related for Konflikt'47
and they need to
lore.
be frequently in the same room talking.
Oh yeah, they
to
all
each
have
other
to be
face
talking to each other
face.
constantly. Like every time they want to write something in that they have to go, hey guys, how would this like conflict or not with you? Like let's reference the lore Bible of like major events that we need to make sure we factor in. Like writing these should be very collaborative. Unlike 40k, which is just they tell an author via email, hey, write this book. Okay, he writes it. Is there anything I should make sure to leave out or put in? No. Do whatever you want.
Just write the damn
We don't
book.
care. As long as it sells,
Just
that's
make
what
us
matters.
Make us money.
Yep. So, if they do go the route of writing novels, I really hope they make sure to not make the same mistakes as their competitor, because then nobody will invest.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, let's see history not repeat itself. Would be nice. You were expecting gas, but all you found was steam. Sorry. Speaking of Arthurian legend, there's absolutely no obvious Catholic symbolism behind the Dark Angels, so don't look into it. Oh yeah, sure. There's also no poem that lays the basis for the chapter/legion either. You were expecting gas, but all you found was steam.
I mean, steam is pretty much what powers all of our electricity, anyways. I always make the joke that 1,000 years from now, or say like somebody like 1,000 years in the future comes back in time, is like, oh, what cool new power source do you have? How do you make your electricity? We make steam, and it turns a turbine. Because that's literally all of our power.
Yeah.
It's been that for like 100 years.
And by all accounts, we could have had atomic power.
I mean, that's what nuclear power is too. Just use nuclear fission.
Yeah,
to boil
but
water
the
and
method does
turbine.
matter quite a bit in terms of like volume, right?
Yeah, it's more efficient.
Hey,
What was that?
hello.
Hello, I'm
Kaiju
streaming.
emerging.
Just so you know.
Yeah, no gamer words.
No racism. We'll save that for later.
I'm the least one that says the Game Awards out of all of you.
You say that.
You should be more like me. Never say the game word.
Just say everything up to the context of that, yes.
Persona or what?
No, I'm streaming
No,
mini painting.
He's painting
Huh?
Konflikt'47.
Yeah, I ran out of like I had like a huge rant like 4 minutes ago about like 40k lore, and then at the end of it, my brain went, "Me no have enough say now. Me run out of me run out of idea to converse."
And well,
Words.
what
What are
specific?
words? What even are words? Who are words? When are words? Why are
Words.
words?
What was the rent for above specifically for 40k?
I was
General or like?
Well, I was talking about the Chaos Gods, and I was also like, it kind of flowed because it was off the basis of a very lovely gentleman in chat by the name of Dr. Alexandrius. It started off because he said that within 40k, the Chaos Gods were a transcendental absolute truth, which I vehemently disagreed with. So I broke down exactly why that. Well, to put it in a blunt way, I explained why he was wrong. Not obviously, don't want to throw any insults or anything. Like
Chaos
but
is an aberration and a cancer.
yeah,
I think
the
it became that way after the war in heaven. I think because before that,
No,
Yeah.
it was already
realm of
fucked before.
oh no, before the war in
like
heaven, it was
the-
already like
No,
the
yeah,
warp was
any-
already a twisted
any
place.
cosmic it is clear that any cosmic spiritual being in 40K is a byproduct of the material realm.
Yeah,
There,
Yeah,
like
it was
that's why the
before
material
heaven. It
realm.
was.
Yeah, that was
It
part
wasn't like
of.
transcendental heavenly truth or anything.
Yeah,
That it was
that was
a
part of my
otherworldly
explanation.
place.
That was part of my explanation of why, in fact, the immaterium is actually the opposite of a transcendental truth, because it's not really a chicken and the egg situation. Chaos and the warp entities have created nothing within the materium. They manifest
yeah,
things in the materium, but they've created nothing. What is created them, in fact, is the materium. The materium has
yeah,
fed the warp into existence.
yeah, because we have clear birth dates for the Chaos Gods. Norgal was born during the Black Plague because he was the byproduct of the Black Plague. Slanesh was the Eldar being degenerates, hedonistic
Yeah, I
degenerates.
think
One,
I think something like
I,
I think
Yeah,
Nurgle and
Calcio
Korn
put it
were
pretty
older.
good in chat. The materium is the source. Yes, exactly. Hence why the materium is in fact the absolute truth. It's the immaterium that is the lie. It's actually that's actually kind of the fun of the dichotomy between the two, is knowing that definitively the
yeah,
materium came
and
first,
yeah.
and that
Not
we have
only that,
created our own lie.
and also if the immaterial was the truth, the Chaos Gods would not act the way they do with so much free will. They will act in like what they represent very well. But it's very clear they have a choice of being good and evil, and they choose to be evil most of the time.
No, it's not a choice between good or evil. It's a choice between feeding a lot or feeding a little.
Yeah, and evil will feed them a lot. Good will feed them very little.
And it's
Like,
not that one existed before the other. They are kind of interlinked.
well, no, it is. It is.
It's
It
the
is
warp
pretty
became what it
definitive.
is
Yeah, because
when
we know
You
one
for a
can
being
fact.
starve
gained
the
consciousness.
you can
Yeah,
starve the immaterium. You cannot starve the materium.
like
Yeah, that's why I always found the concept of the Chaos God of Unbelief so interesting. If they
What
actually did
Malal?
anything with that,
No,
I don't
that's
know.
Malal was like Malice, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, Malal,
Yeah,
Malice. It's both names are correct.
It's just intentional evil and malice.
uh, Calcio said no other way around. The plague was a manifestation of the birth of Nurgle, not its cause.
no, that's
Yeah,
what I mean.
that's
That's what I
linking.
meant.
That's linking.
I
Yeah,
know.
that's linking too
I
much
know. I
to
know what you
Earth.
meant, and I think it was just cross wires. You're both right.
yeah. Yeah, no, it's because they. Well, it's because the problem with the setting 40K because it's a tabletop and we just gotta constantly keep everything in stagnation in a steady stagnant state.
Until
It's hard to
recently, in which they're trying to effectively
expand.
reboot it so they can sell all the models again.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
hard to expand on the story and concept ideas when we're supposed to be keeping everything in a status quo, always constantly. That's a downfall of just like keeping everything the same.
Well, it's also a matter of timing because it's a long, slow. It's
Yes.
well, at least originally it was supposed to be a long, slow decline and fall into.
Virus, come to the mist base. I need to show you how I'm getting the materials back from the bottom floor of the water.
Just a second, I'm doing something.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Okay. I need to go see
It's
what
almost
bullshit
worth the
the
fuck
karma's
up.
doing so I can attempt to try and articulate it for the audience, or for whoever wants to know.
By the way, Gork and Mork, where the hell are they? Are they in the warp also?
Technically.
Well, there's another problem with my dislike of Black Library. They have like what? Like the Horse Heresy series alone, not even like countering spin-off series, not even countering standalone series like Caiaphas Cain, or otherwise, or like Gaunt's Ghost, not even countering the other series, just the Horus Heresy has what, just short of 60 writers, just short of
Yep.
60, which I think is absurd. But despite that, despite the fact that they have that many writers, how much lore and how much novels do we have for non fucking Imperium factions?
Not that many, because like
It depends.
none.
Do you
everything.
count the Chaos Space Marines? I wouldn't.
No, I don't.
No, I
That's
wouldn't.
Imperium. I like
Good.
they're evil Imperium. That's what they
They're
are.
like,
Well, evil
yeah,
Imperium.
they're mirror universe, like mirror Imperium.
Yeah,
See.
because like by how orcs function,
Yeah.
their god should be fucking constantly fighting the chaos god without hesitation.
In lore, they should be, but the
Well,
should
writers
be.
Chaos gods are
basically they
fighting
don't
each other.
exist at this point.
Darn higher.
It doesn't go higher. And I already got the other one thing.
I'm-
The other ones.
Right, or what are you doing? I'm gonna.
Almost.
Man, Korn will love fighting Gork and Mork. He will actually have the
Oh.
best time of his life.
So the way Karn is bullshitting right now is he's basically built himself a high dive, and he's like jumping down because the physics when you jump from a high place into water, you like go down and then you bob back up. So they're basically just jumping in feet first, like one by one.
I already got 2
in
stacks.
quick succession and getting all the materials back. That's what they're doing.
Almost. Maybe I need to shorten it a bit.
By the way, what did they do with the whole Eldar Death God? Did anything happen with that?
Nope,
Nothing? Okay. You have Raid?
not that I'm aware of.
And
Damn it. We need judges to like judge our jumps.
Yeah, it's like watching kids at the high dive. What's going on in Valheim right now?
But it works.
Yeah, evidently.
Ah,
Dinner time. Actually, I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream because I finished painting one mini, so I think we'll do another stream in the future where I batch paint the rest.
so are you just running one faction for Conflict 47, the United States, or are you gonna expand on like different
for
nations?
now, just the one because I don't have enough money.
I actually
poor.
I really like I really do like the idea of weaponizing gravity for the Germans, the gravity turrets that they have.
nice.
Increasing an object's gravity on themselves is terrifying. You just 1 second are standing and instantly your body just collapses under its own gravity.
That does sound frightening.
That's just a grav gun. That's also exists in 40k.
I didn't mean to come off as conflictive. I know lore only in the section. Oh no. I didn't. Okay, so just to make sure you understand my tone, Dr. Alexandrius, I wasn't like fighting with you or anything. I was just kind of addressing you directly. There was no hot again. This is the fun of should be the fun of 40k or any fictional setting is you can talk about it, talk about the lore, talk about your interpretations, and talk about the aspects of it without it becoming anything personal. Like that's kind of the whole point of hobbies is you can get passionate and invested into something, but if you're right or if you're wrong, there's no consequence, right? It's just about, what you take away from it, what you learn about it. There are rights and there are wrongs, obviously. Like there's lore that has like definitives, like Chaos is pretty definitively evil. But like I said, there's no bad blood or anything. I just addressed like your perspective very directly and bluntly, and I pointed out what I know to be wrong about it, but it was nothing like, oh, how dare you be wrong. It's like, no, it's just here's where I think you might have missed some details. That's all.
Yeah.
So no,
Yeah.
nothing
40K
It only
personal.
means he really hates you.
Yeah, 40k is like over 40 years old by now. There's so much lore, so many retcons, so many writers, inconsistencies. It is hard to keep up with all the lore. It really is. It is what it
It
is.
has a vast breadth of lore, is how I put it.
Yeah.
Often,
Just don't be wrong.
in some places, it's not the deepest lore. Like 40k has very wide and broad lore, but in some cases, it doesn't go quite as deep as it ought to. But that's
Yeah.
that's again an issue of like Black Library having too many authors, spreading everything out too thin and all chaotic. And
Not only that, there's the editors, there's no group idea of what they want.
Yeah, they
Because you
fucked
can
everything
read
quite
one Horus
extensively.
Heresy
yeah, so they
book
never
and read
really.
another. Ugh. Yeah, you can read a lot of Warhammer 40k books where they have totally opposite different tones from each other, even though it's like the same story or the same setting.
It's like how Perturabo is like written in 3 different ways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Or
how somehow all of them have a level of bitchiness.
and how they most importantly, best example, the Emperor of Mankind. Every
Mm.
writer that has written something about the Emperor has totally contradicted the last interpretation of the Emperor written in some way, shape, or form. It is the most inconsistent character I have seen in 40k. They do not know what the Emperor should be or who he is supposed to be.
Yep. Which kind of worked when we didn't have Primarchs around, because you could say, because two depends on which stories, obviously, but certain stories you could definitely say worked with that idea, is that there was a level of contradiction. It's where we have Primarchs now and we have characters now who
Who knew
directly
him
interact with him, who
personally.
knew him personally, who could correct the record and say, okay, here's what was right about him, here's what was wrong. They never should have done that. Like, it should have always been through the lens of, okay, is this properly written history or is this not? Is this
Or is it like
religiously
a myth?
influenced or is this
Almost
not?
a myth history kind of.
Yeah.
It's like, is this? It's like the Trojan Wars. Like, is this true history or is this just a lot of mythology mixed in?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
What we are saying, the Horus Heresy was a mistake.
well, yeah. It was several
Because they
mistakes.
don't. For me, they don't realize what they have. The Emperor is by far the most interesting concept of character they have in the setting. An immortal being that's been who is as old as humanity itself in the 40k timeline, trying to create an empire to save humanity from destruction, but inevitably failing because of his own mistakes. Because at the end of the day, he's a flawed man, even though he has
The way,
godlike abilities.
yeah, the way I'd kind of like almost describe like GW and the way they handle it is like they have enough men with like shovels. Like, say they're trying to mine, but they have no direction. They're not working together to dig down to get to the diamonds. But they're just a bunch of individuals out in random locations digging holes. So there's a whole bunch of
Yeah.
holes everywhere, but none of them get deep enough to really get to the diamonds.
Yeah, the Emperor should be like the most like the sci-fi equivalent of a Roman tragic emperor. That's what he should.
Yeah. But I'll end the stream there. Thanks everybody who came by. Watched. I'll stream some more working on the models. I can't say when. Tomorrow I'm gonna be because I wanted to do this yesterday, but I failed. Actually, I might do it tonight. So either late tonight or later this evening, I'm going to be streaming Final Fantasy 14, or I'll do that tomorrow late in the evening. In both cases, it's gonna be in the evening because tomorrow morning I have to run D&D after church, and then yeah, so I have to do church, D&D, and then I can do FF14, but that'll be like mid to late afternoon. But yeah, I'll when I can, I will get back to painting more of these guys. It was really fun, and now that I've done it once, I could definitely do this a bit faster. But I like how it's coming out. You know. Oh, one thing I just couldn't
Are you
do is I
gonna
couldn't
make
do the gold star.
Are you gonna get like? It'd be cool if you get like a because there's so many tank model kits out there for like tank hobbyists that you could use for Conflict 47 and just modify them.
Oh yeah, I could definitely do some kit bashing. I mean, the tank that the kit comes with is already pretty cool, so this will be fun.
Because like you could use like Cold War era designs and like give them the Conflict 47 style uh designs. Like I have the M103 model kit. I need to build that one. I have the T29, T30, the American World War II prototype heavy tanks that never went to service. Those would be great.
Make
They
sure to
were
like and
big.
subscribe, everybody.